Good morning. I think we're ready to call the meeting to order. We have quorum. I see the colleagues there on the screen. Getting used to this. Never get to see anybody in person. So I'll start if colleagues are ready, and I think we're streaming now so that we can make ourselves available to the public as well. My name is John Tory, and I'm as Mayor Chair of the Executive Committee, and the Clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, and I will call the 27th meeting of the Executive Committee to order and welcome everyone. Today's meeting is being held with members of the Executive Committee participating both in person and by video conference. I think I'm the only one participating in person, but it's just easier to coordinate the meeting from here in the actual committee room. City staff are also connecting to the meeting by video conference. The public continue to participate electronically and can watch the meeting streaming live on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. These measures are necessary to comply with continuing public health guidelines and prevent the spread of COVID-19. I do ask everyone for their patience with sometimes what are delays or technical issues that do arise, but we try to keep those to a minimum. Thanks to the excellent job done by our clerks and communications staff. The clerk staff have connected all registered speakers to the meeting by audio. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Executive Committee's page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. The City Clerk has provided all agenda materials via the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff will be available to participants to help with your devices if necessary. As a part of each agenda item, I ask members to raise their hand or unmute their mic if they wish to question staff or to speak. I will keep a speakers list and will call on members when it is their turn to speak. And that is true, of course, of our members of City Council who are not members of the Executive Committee who visit with us sometimes on these items as well. When voting on an item or a motion, I ask that members of the committee ensure that they turn on their video and raise their hand to indicate their vote. Members, I want to remind you that you must submit and approve your motions by email, and the staff are available at exc@toronto.ca to help with motions. As I indicated earlier, if there are visiting members of Council, and I see Councillor Cressy's already with us this morning, I welcome him. Please turn on your video, which he's done, and I know that that way that you're present and can give you an opportunity to ask questions of staff or to speak. And this will also help the clerk staff in recording attendance for the meeting. Although we're in different locations and meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. And we also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. I will now ask members of the committee if there are any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. If you do have an interest, please raise your hand and unmute your mic. And of course, there's a paper to be filled out as well. I'm just looking here to see if anybody has any interest to declare. Seeing none, we can move forward. I will now ask for a motion to confirm the minutes of the regular meeting of the Executive Committee held on September 23rd, 2021, moved by Deputy Mayor Thompson. All those in favour? Show of hands, please. All those opposed? Carried. So let's proceed with the agenda review. The first item is EX 27.1, the City Manager's October 2021 COVID-19 Recovery and Rebuild Update. There is a speaker registered on this item. By the way, committee members, I'll just deal with this now before I go through the rest of the agenda. I would propose and move a motion that speakers who have not pre-registered be allowed to register to speak until 10 a.m. on October 27th, 2021, which is today. There you see that motion on the screen, after which no further registration is allowed and the speakers list will be closed. And I think this will just allow us to keep things organized when we're doing these virtual meetings and so on. I'll just call the question on that. All those in favour? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. So we have a speaker registered. We'll hold down item EX 27.1. EX 27.2, Accountability Officer Roles and the City of Toronto's Procurement Process. There's a staff report with a recommendation. Does anyone want to hold this item? If not, I'd ask for someone to move the staff recommendations. Councillor Ainsley. All those in favour? Opposed? Carry. The next item is item EX 27.3, Core Infrastructure Asset Management Plan. This is a staff report pursuant to legislation requiring us to have such a plan, and there's a staff report with recommendations. If no one wants to hold this item, I'll ask for someone to move the staff recommendations. I see Deputy Mayor Thompson, and I will call the question. If there's no other comments, all those in favour? Opposed? Carried. The next item is EX 27.4, the citywide real estate next phase of implementation. I believe, while there is a staff report with recommendations, I believe there's a motion forthcoming on that. Is that something you think, Councillor I think there's motions from both. Well, since there's motions from two councillors, we'll leave it and maybe have a question or two, and those motions can be dealt with as we get through the agenda. So that will be held down. Pardon me? It can be held in my name, yes, because there's two motions there, yes. The next item is EX 27.5, Unlocking Real Estate Capital, Exploring the Strategic Disposal of 249 Queens Quay West. There is a staff report with recommendations. Does anybody wish to hold this down? Okay, well then I'll ask for a motion to move the staff recommendations, moved by Deputy Mayor Bylaw. I'll ask the question. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item 27.6, which is the next phase of Waterfront Revitalization. There is a speaker registered on this item, so I will hold it down. The same is true for item EX 27.7, Implementing a Small Business Property Tax Subclass. There are speakers registered on this item, so I will hold it down. Item EX 27.8, First Parliament Site and Expropriation of City-Owned Lands by Metrolinx for transit purposes. There are speakers registered on this item, so I'll hold it down. Item EX 27.9, First Parliament Master Plan. There are speakers registered on this item, so I will hold it down. Item EX 27.10, CaféTO 22 and beyond. Again, there are speakers registered on this item, so I will hold it down. The next item is EX 27.11, Summary of COVID-19 Property Tax Payment Deferral Program. There is a staff report with a recommendation. Is there anyone wishing to hold this item down? Otherwise, can I have a mover for the staff recommendation? Councillor McKelvey. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item EX 27.12, Basin Street Media Hub. There is a letter from the Board of Directors of CaféTO with recommendations. Does anyone wish to hold this item down? Okay, I'll ask then for a motion approving the recommendations contained in the letter from CaféTO. Councillor Deputy Mayor Thompson. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item EX 26.13, Award of Negotiated Request for Proposal, Ariba, document number 26044761104, to Election Systems and Software Canada ULC for the provision of vote counting equipment for the City Clerk's office. There is a staff report with recommendations. Does anyone wish to hold this item down? Otherwise, I'll ask for a mover, for a member of the committee to move the staff recommendations. Moved by Councillor Pasternak. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next item is EX 27.14, Supporting Two-Spirit, Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Communities in Toronto Shelter and Overnight Services System, Clearing of Encampments. There's a speaker registered on this item, so I will hold it down. The next item is EX 27.15, Funding Cuts to AIDS Committee of Toronto and Other Health Service Providers. There's a letter from the Two-Spirit, Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Advisory Committee with recommendations. Does anyone want to hold this down, or may I have someone moving the recommendations from the committee? Councillor Ainsley. Anybody? Any comments? Otherwise, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item EX 27.16, Association of Community Centres Settlement of Operating Results for the year ended 2019. There's a letter from the Budget Committee with a recommendation. Anyone want to hold this down? If not, then I'll ask Councillor Crawford, as Chair of the Budget Committee, to move the recommendations from his committee, and I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next item is 27.17, Arena Boards of Management 2019 Operating Surpluses Deficit Settlement. There's a letter again from the Budget Committee with a recommendation. Anyone want to hold this down? Okay, then I'll ask Councillor Crawford again if he would move the recommendation from his committee, and I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So that completes the rundown of the agenda, I believe, and I think it brings us back then to item 27.1, the City Manager's October 2021 COVID-19 Recovery and Rebuild Update. And we'll just see if we can confirm that the first speaker is on the line and ready to proceed, and that is Derek Moran. Derek Moran, are you there?
Can you guys hear me?
Okay, yes, we can hear you. And you know the deal. You have 5 minutes, and there may be questions. Thank you.
I'm just going to start my timer here. I just want to say, by me speaking at this meeting, I shall not be deemed to be in any way my consent expressed or implied in doing so is fraud. God bless Her Majesty the Queen, long live Her Majesty the Queen. So in this report it says, on December 13th, if staff do not provide proof that they are fully vaccinated, their employment will be terminated for cause, as they will have chosen not to comply with the mandatory COVID-19 vaccination policy. So this is from Greater Vancouver Transportation Authority versus Canadian Federation of Students. in 2009 where the Supreme Court of Canada said, no matter how broadly the word law is defined for the purposes of Section 1, a policy that is administrative in nature does not fall within the definition because it is not intended to be a legal basis for government action. Because as an alternative to firing people there, Meritori, which seems rather disproportionate, in my written presentation, I have a link to the Brownstone Institute from its website, brownstone.org, which has an article from epidemiologist Dr. Paul Elias Alexander, and it's titled 91 Research Studies Affirm Naturally Acquired Immunity to COVID-19, documented, linked, and quoted. This is from Lapierre versus the Attorney General of Quebec in 1985, where the Supreme Court of Canada said, the unavoidable risk of an accident resulting in death or serious injury, which is occasioned by a compulsory vaccination, has only been an undisputed scientific fact for a short time. And though very rare, this risk is still proportionately not widely known. And this is from Duplessis versus Canada, 2000, where the Federal Court of Canada said, in the standing court-martial of ex-Sergeant Kipling, whose breach of command resulted in severe disciplinary proceedings, the chief military judge found that the forced vaccination program did violate Section 7 of the Charter, and that the accused's right to life, liberty, and security of the person was infringed. At page 2 of the minutes of the proceedings of the standing court-martial, the judge said that non-consensual vaccination under the threat of disciplinary proceedings amounts to an invasion of the bodily integrity and personal autonomy of a person. This is from Ellis Dawn Construction Limited versus Laborers International Union of North America, Local 183, this year, 2021, from the Labor Arbitration Awards that I found on Canley. In St. Michael's Hospital, arbitrator Kaplan characterized the evidentiary burden on an employer seeking to justify a mandatory vaccine or mask policy as follows. VOM policy, vaccine or mask policy, cannot be upheld simply because it is supported by good faith and some evidence. The risk or danger associated with COVID-19 transmission in the workplace ought not be accepted as justification of a compulsory rapid testing protocol, absent clear and compelling evidence that there is a specific problem in the context of the specific workplace which cannot be addressed through less intrusive means. And this is from R versus Morgenthaler, 1988. Supreme Court of Canada said that common law, for example, any medical procedure carried out on a person without that person's consent is an assault. This is from Blencoe versus British Columbia, 2000, Human Rights Commission, where the Supreme Court of Canada again said that liberty is engaged where state compulsions or prohibitions affect important and fundamental life choices. The Section 7 liberty interest protects an individual's personal autonomy. Members of this court have found that liberty is engaged where state compulsions or prohibitions affect important and fundamental life choices. In our free and democratic society, individuals are entitled to make decisions of fundamental importance, free from state interference. In a free and democratic society, the individual must be left room for personal autonomy to live his or her own life and to make decisions that are of fundamental personal importance. And that's my time.
Okay, and thank you very much for respecting that. And so are there any questions of this applicant? Okay, well, seeing none, well, thank you very much for joining us today. That would bring us to questions of staff on this report. Are there any questions of staff by members of the committee or otherwise? You're not. Deputy Mayor Bylaw, go ahead.
Just a couple of questions. With the looming deadline of our employees having to show record of vaccination by November 1st, do we have any more updated numbers than the ones that you have in the report?
Through Mayor Tory, I think, Amma, if you're on the line, I know yesterday we received an update from her. Amma, are you able to give us the most current? Okay, well, short of that, I believe yesterday we were at about 96% have reported. Of that, about 92% would fall into the category of double vaxxed. About another, I think it was 3 or 4% were in the order of single vax, and the remainder either aren't disclosing or have disclosed that they're unvaccinated.
Is there any particular department that you foresee some pressures because of us having to have employees on a leave?
Well, and so we do have the breakdown across the organization as to what service areas might be affected. And as you would expect, those program leads have got contingency plans. We'll be communicating shortly on what, if any, service impacts we expect to occur in the short run. I mean, obviously, our eyes are focused on any of our emergency services. We want to obviously ensure that, you know, fire, ambulance are more than adequately serviced, and that will be the case. We will, in the short run, incur some overtime costs, but I expect, and there's a town hall tomorrow that I'm hosting with staff to update them on this program. I expect our numbers will continue to improve. I must admit the response has been, has been very strong. I mean, the vast majority of people, whether they work outside of City Hall or inside City Hall, are fully vaccinated. So, credit to everyone that is, that has done that. We don't foresee any kind of major impact to our services if we find ourselves in the situation of having to suspend people without pay, and then maybe ultimately having to terminate them. That I can't reinforce enough. That is not our goal. Our goal is to get, to see people vaccinated. This is, from our perspective, very much a health and safety matter. I mean, I do have a responsibility to make sure that the organization is looked after, and certainly the health of the people that work here are critical.
I also noticed that the report says that city clerk supported meetings will most likely be virtual until the end of the year. Can you tell us why? It's starting to get a bit tough to explain to people, and everything is opening up, stadiums are opening, everything is opening, that, and other levels of government are meeting in person that we can't meet in person.
So, I mean, as you would expect, we're in regular contact with Dr. Davila, and our questions are around the measures that she has advised us in terms of distancing and masks. And so we still have a capacity limitation in the in City Hall, if you will. We are, as time evolves here, we are increasingly expecting more and more people to come back. But I understand your point. It's certainly we see classrooms with students in them, and we see, basketball games with people in the stands. So we are still, taking what I can only describe as a measured approach to this. But I would, at some point, and again, in consultation with the doctor and the people doing a return to work or return to office program, we'll be looking at that and announcing when that situation can change. But right now, it is as the report states.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Are there others wishing to ask questions of staff on this? Councillor Pasternak, and then Deputy Mayor Thompson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff, I'm just following up on on Deputy Mayor Bylough's questions about returning our public service to City Hall. I think originally, according to my notes here, we were going to have a September return and then a November return. And then this report indicates a January return. So I guess my question to the city manager is, things get safer in society and more businesses open up and sports events start occurring, we're pushing off the return to the traditional workplace. I'm just wondering whether the January return is a firm date and whether the city will hold by that.
So if I can, through you, Mayor Tory. So yes, on right after Labor Day, the return to office was, and I must underscore, everyone I think understands that about 75% of our services really just kept being delivered all through the pandemic, and we're really talking about office. So after Labor Day, it was very much voluntary for people to come in and really to sort out their desk and then the attributes at their desk, so that as we evolve into more of a almost the term I think the private sector uses, a hoteling approach, so that people could sit anywhere when they come to work at City Hall. So that first phase from September until the end of October is pretty much voluntary. From November to the end of December is where supervisors, managers, directors can require staff to come in for a whole variety of purposes. So we are increasing the number of people that will be coming into our office spaces, recognizing as a result of social distancing measures, we're able to operate at about 30% capacity. And so then come January is where we could see evolving this even further for the reasons I think the previous speaker mentioned. We will by that time have a workforce that is double vaccinated. We expect that social distancing measures will continue to be reviewed, and we'd expect in January that we could be more declarative in terms of people attending City Hall. Certainly it sends a positive message to businesses in our community, as well as it does provide a number of other benefits as management does see there is some real advantages of being able to talk to people face to face as opposed to the manner in which we've been working.
So just on that issue, I mean, are there any legal impediments preventing the city from bringing its workforce back this fall? Is there any acts of the provincial government? I mean, as we've mentioned a few times, we see all these businesses coming back. We see ridership on the TTT ticking up. We see commuter parking lots filling up. I'm at City Hall now. I see people running into their offices. Do you think maybe the city should be a leader in that to give the confidence to the business community to get people back into our towers?
Well, I would, through Mayor Tory, say that I think we have been a leader on so many different fronts. Our mandatory vaccine approach has been picked up by a number of other municipal governments and agencies and boards. And so we certainly have in terms of that. As I'm describing clearly, we have a very measured and I would say a health-driven approach here. I know Dr. DeVille is on the call if she wishes to add some further points around why we're maintaining the social distancing and everything else. In terms of legal impediments, which I think is really the basis of your question, I mean, I think the province has been very careful not to usurp the responsibilities of municipal governments. So we certainly have. I don't see, and if legal wishes to correct me, they can, of course. I don't see there being a legal reason why. But I think, as I say, I mean, there's nothing stopping come November 1st, our supervisors, managers, and directors requiring people to come back to work. And again, respecting the capacity of our office space in light of those social distancing measures. So,
okay, I get it. I'll squeeze in one more question. It seems that city staff on page 4 of the report have a hybrid option to return to work, remote or in person. Yet our committee system and our council don't seem to be. We had a hybrid system. It was shut down. I didn't agree with it. Can we go back to a hybrid system where councillors have the option of participating in person or remotely? I'll leave that with you.
Well, I mean, I think the mayor pointed out this committee, in fact, is operating in a hybrid right now. I'll bet it's the mayor is the only one that's in place in City Hall, but there's nothing precluding you from attending a committee or, for that matter, council, subject to making sure that all the public health measures are in place. So,
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Pasternak. And next, we had Deputy Mayor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Just want to turn my attention to the financial needs of the city, Mr. City Manager. Obviously, we're challenged and have been so, and there's the Safe Restart funding and the agreement that's in place. In recommendation one, you talk about the process of negotiating and entering in terms of receiving funds. What is the quantum of the funds that there is a need for us to receive, and where will those funds come from with respect to the envelopes from either the province and or the federal government?
So if I can, through you, Mayor Tory, I'm going to ask Heather to address the substance of that question, but I will say this, as everyone here knows, the mayor and his office are in regular contact with the federal and provincial government counterparts and have been making the case for the substantial amount of money that we need in order to, have a budget in 2022 that is reasonable in light of the circumstances. So, but Heather, if you can, just more of the specifics.
Thanks, Chris. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Deputy Mayor. As you know, the Safe Restart funding, we had 3 buckets that we have received funding from other levels of government, one being transit, one being the municipal bucket, and one being the shelters bucket. So for 2021, we are fully funded for the pressures that we're projecting in 2 out of 3 buckets. The one remaining bucket is transit, and the amount outstanding, as our projections indicate right now, are 75 million.
Fair enough. And can you then help me just to understand in terms of recommendation 2, talk about the support for, the region and funding to be accepted and reimbursed? What are the reimbursement aspect, and what is that sort of process? What does that look like, and how much funds will we be able to realize to help us?
So that particular recommendation actually stems from work that city manager and his colleagues are doing across the region, looking at opportunities to work differently. And we did engage with some external help to guide that work being done through many different tables. And there was an agreement that we would cost share. And so this recommendation actually just supports us being able to recover from the other municipalities the costs that we've incurred. It's very, very minor. So really, it's just permission for us to reach out to the other municipalities on a financial basis. So it's not broader. Yes. It's not broader topics.
Okay, no problem. Thank you very much for the clarification there. I guess this is to the city manager. The shelter funding and the challenges that we are going to continue to face. We have a number of hotels that are being utilized now. Going forward, what's the game plan there with respect to the funding needs for the city? Have we identified what that actual number is? And as part of this negotiated process, where are we with respect to the commitment from the feds and or the province to help us? Because the hotels will not be around forever, or will they? So I'm curious as to the status. And then let me just follow up on the second component of the question around just because I just want to make sure I have enough time, around the response of both Dr. Mayor Bialau and Councillor Pasternak with respect to the number of people vaccinated, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just wondering, will there be a system in place to be able to check and monitor people coming into our different spaces throughout the corporation?
Okay, maybe I'll I'll take the second question first.
Sure.
So effectively, is the question in residents that come into City Hall, are we going to be like a restaurant confirming whether or not they're vaccinated? Is that your question?
No, our own staff who are in fact double vaxxed, but at the same time, will we be monitoring the status of those who are vaccinated? Because I understand, for example, if you travel, in as much as you're double vaxxed, you have to show proof that you actually are fine to travel. Just wondering, what is our perspective for our employees?
Well, I mean, right now, our approach is to ensure that everyone that works here is in fact double vaccinated. So in terms of showing evidence of that on a daily basis coming in, that's not our game plan. We are expecting. So that's the answer to that first question. The first question, I mean, we have leases of these hotel spaces until the end of March, April. And so, in terms of any kind of ongoing a commitment we might make, I mean, as you know, the leases that we signed with the owners did afford us the opportunity to acquire, if so we decide. In terms of what the dollar value of that is, I mean, I would have to turn to Heather and or Gord, if he's on the phone, on the WebEx here, to help me in terms of what that value is. But, we are looking at how public health measures are going to continue to be in place or not over time. I mean, we will certainly have the ability, as we did before COVID, to look after many people in the existing system. But, in terms of the cost going forward, I mean, if Gord, if you want to, or Heather, if you can respond to that, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you.
Is there any response coming from other staff members? That was the last question for Deputy Mayor Thompson. Going once, going twice. Okay. Other questions? I'm sorry. Other questions of staff? Did you have something more you want to say?
So sorry,
Chris?
Mr. Mayor, just on a point of order, please.
Yes.
I realize that the city manager had asked additional staff to supplement his answer. Supplementary to the answer has not been provided. Either can I get that later, or is that to come?
No, I asked, maybe I didn't leave long enough. I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor. I asked if anybody wanted to add, as the city manager had invited, and no one did. But if there's somebody that wants to right now, that's better to do it now than later. So is there somebody, I think he asked if Gord Tanner wanted to say anything, or anybody else supplementary to what the city manager himself said? Is there anybody else from staff wishing to add to that answer before we move on?
Heather? Mr. Mayor, to Deputy Mayor, I'm sorry if that was Gord. I will get back to you. I will connect with Gord and get those numbers to ensure you have accurate information.
Okay. Okay. Other questions of staff from members of the committee or otherwise? Okay. I just have a couple, and I guess they would be directed to the city manager then. And let me just. Oh, somebody else has started the clock. There we go. First of all, can I just confirm, because I think you went through all of this, but I wanted to make it clear because it's sort of responsive to Councillor Pasternak's questions. First of all, I think you indicated, and you might want to just expand briefly on it, that most of the members of the city staff, cohort as a whole, most of them worked all the way through the pandemic without any change to the nature of their work or even where they did it, because a lot of them don't work in this building or any other building. They work in the field, as it were. But can you just talk about that?
Yes, our outside workers represent about approximately 80% of our workforce. So they continue to deliver those services right through COVID.
Who may not have come, say, to this building, because these buildings were closed, in our effort to cooperate with the guidelines of the Medical Officer of Health. Can you confirm as well that those who stayed out of the office and were working somewhere else, whether it was home or some other place, but they were continuing to work? I mean, that there were very few people, if any, who were not working during the time of the closure of the City Hall buildings, and that continues to be the case today?
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely accurate. I mean, we did redeploy many staff, whether it be in our shelter system or to support public health. And so over time, those redeployments have reversed. And as you know, in very quick turnaround, in a matter of really days and weeks, we went from having the capacity for people to work in a hybrid model from a few hundred to several thousand. So, and so everyone's been working extraordinary hours. Certainly the ones that typically would find themselves in an office have been doing that work from home with, I would suggest probably more meetings through the course of a day than we typically would have had when we worked from City Hall.
And that was sort of the subject of my final question, and I thank you for these answers. Have you seen areas of the city government, because, I think we've in some cases, people actually argue they're more productive when they're at home because they're not being interrupted by other people and so on, but have you seen, by and large, that we've been able to maintain most areas of civic service, including with the work of people done from their homes or from somewhere outside of City Hall? Have there been any areas that you've been concerned about in the context of that being harder to achieve? Just in general terms, are there any specific areas, just so that we know as we try to get people back to work, or back to the office rather, that there are those areas that we'll focus on?
I don't really see any of the approximately 45 different program areas that we deliver on a regular basis. I don't really see anything I would describe as a service slippage or anything like that. If anything, the workloads of our people in equity group, as you can imagine, trying to hire up as many public health people as we've had to and deploy people around. I mean, it's been, I would make the case that over the last 19 months, I mean, more has been done, and which is really, I think, quite extraordinary because we were busy before COVID. And we have, so I don't really see, and I'd be happy to be corrected, but I haven't seen anything come across my desk that would suggest that, there's been areas that we've really not delivered well on. So, I mean, the in-person services that we provide, I mean, as you know, Mayor Tory, I mean, we've been opening up some of our counter services, and we've had, reasonable response to that. And we're prepared to do more as time would permit. But, we do see returning back to City Hall in a very measured way, respecting the good advice from our medical officer of health. And I think many of us, have enjoyed being in City Hall and will continue to want to be there in person as much as possible.
Thanks very much, Mr. Murray. Those are the questions that I have. May I now ask the members of the committee if there are speakers on this matter? Well, Councillor Pasternak, go ahead, please.
I wasn't going to speak, but I thought I would clarify my round of questioning. We all understand. I never meant to insinuate through my questions that city staff weren't working. Police, fire, ambulance, we're all out there, as well as many of the staffing our social agencies, and of course community centers. I'm leaving out many of the field workers. Were out there full time on their regular schedules throughout the pandemic. All I was asking about was really creating economic vitality. This report is a COVID recovery update, and getting people back into the downtown, into our towers, is part of that recovery. It's the one recovery that doesn't cost us any money, because our people will be coming down and using the TTC and shopping in local restaurants and local stores, and helping rebuild the local downtown economy. I would also say that, in a complex organization like this, when it comes to many of the services that we're delivering, the technical services, either engineering or planning, or some of the infrastructure, some of the technical studies, having collaborative work at City Hall in a face-to-face environment does produce what I would deem to be better results. So my comments were really for a small cluster of public service. We want to come. We miss them. It's lonely here at City Hall. We miss them. We'd like to come back downtown and create the vitality that we need for a prosperous economic recovery downtown, and helping the local businesses. As for our council meetings and our committee systems, we did try. We were working on a hybrid system where councillors had the option of participating remotely or in person. That worked for a number of weeks. I thought it worked very successful. My suggestion would be to get back to that and then transition to full in person in the new year. And certainly, since in light of the city manager's remarks, I'm sure some councillors will participate in the in-person as we go forward. The only other comment I would make here, there's a kind of a comment on page 5 here that the reopening of council meetings and councillors' offices, I can assure you, the councillors' offices were never closed. Many of us were working from our constituency offices or working from downtown. Our councillor staff were always either whether remotely or in our community offices, helping constituents across the city. There's just the way it's phrased here, it looks as if our offices are closed. That's not the case, obviously, at all. And I'm sure that wasn't meant by that sentence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Any other? I see Councillor Cressy. Yes. Go ahead, Councillor.
Well, thank you, Mayor. And as a visiting member, just very briefly, I wanted to extend my thanks to the city manager and the entire civil service for this recovery update, and to bring a public health lens to this, to note that our recovery is due in large part to the rather remarkable response of Torontonians and our residents who have stepped up for this vaccination campaign. More than 83% of eligible Torontonians are now fully vaccinated. More than 87% have had their first dose. I've heard the mayor say many times, as the captain of Team Toronto, as we are, that millions of Torontonians are now vaccinated and thousands are left to go. I mean, that's literally where we are. 2.33 million Torontonians are fully vaccinated. Less than 200,000 are left. And so it is that effort, that frankly Herculean effort from our Team Toronto partners and residents themselves, that have set the stage for this recovery. And my only commentary as we look to the recovery is that the Toronto comeback story is one that we are well positioned to lead in this country, to lead a just and prosperous recovery. The task, and I would suggest for many of us, the biggest hurdle is to address the inequities that this pandemic have laid bare, to ensure that it is a just and prosperous recovery for all. But the stage is set for the Toronto comeback story. Our residents have stepped up to make it so, and so let's get on with building it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks very much, Councillor Cressy. Others wishing to speak? Okay, well, I just want to say a few words just by way of reporting to the public on and to colleagues on. Sorry, I'm just resetting the clock here. First of all, may I just echo Councillor Cressy's words of thanks, and I think that's on behalf of us all to our staff, and that's the staff taken as a whole. We've had extraordinary groups put together for the specific purpose of dealing with the pandemic, but the real bread and butter of what we do and the real bread and butter of what we're talking about when we talk about how people have been working has been the continued delivery of basic services that has gone on, I think, in a relatively uninterrupted fashion, notwithstanding one of the most profound emergencies that we've ever faced as a city. And so I want to say thank you to the staff, some of whom have had to work in very difficult circumstances, continuing to provide those services in an environment where they were not in their normal workplace. And others have been redeployed because they couldn't do their jobs, and those people have been immensely helpful to us in what I call the war effort, where they've gone to long-term care, to the shelter system or whatever, to help well outside the context of their job that they would normally do. And I will say in particular as well, thanks to both, all three of the city manager, the medical officer of health, Councillor Cressy, and Chief Pegg. They have been people, as the public I think has seen, who have each had their own areas of responsibility, and we have together comprised a team, and the team's been many more people than that, but those have been the leaders of that team, and I want to thank them for the fact that we've got this far. Mr. Murray, the city manager, will tell you that I asked questions as recently as yesterday afternoon in a detailed briefing we had about vaccine mandates and people returning to City Hall and so forth. about how we can do what Councillor Pasternak said, which is to be leaders, because of course I have been spending quite a bit of time talking to major employers, especially downtown, but not limited to downtown, about having people come back to their normal place of work, because that will help us with what I'll talk about next, which is things like transit ridership, which is a big financial drain on us as long as it's not at normal levels. And people are adopting the kind of approach, I think, that our medical officers of health, plural, the one, our excellent Toronto medical officer of health, but also the provincial one, are advocating, namely that we're careful about it, that we try to keep at it in a gradual way, but that we're careful and cautious. And so that's what we're doing. And I think if you look back at, say, from Labor Day to today, services have resumed at the counters. Things have, begun to change, but we've got to keep on this kind of steady path, which is, I think, all that really Councillor Pasternak was advocating, and I support that. And the city manager and his team are hard at work making that happen in a safe manner for both those employees and for the public. The other thing I wanted to report on was about the finances, because Deputy Mayor Thompson asked some very relevant questions in that regard. And I'll just say to the public and to my colleagues, so that they know that this is a very active file with me. It has principally been the file that I've worked on, over the last 7 years, but the last 2 years in particular, as we've had these particular financial strains caused by the pandemic. In the last 7 days, I have met with my big city mayor colleagues from across the country so we could compare notes on the magnitude of the problem and what people are doing about it. I met with the Prime Minister, the National Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, and have continued to talk to all of the Toronto MPs and had a formal meeting with them as well, a sit down after the election. Provincially, I've met this week with the Provincial Minister of Finance and the Provincial Minister of Municipal Affairs, the latter just happening yesterday. And I can just tell you that I have laid out for all of them the financial situation affecting our city in particular, but also talking about other cities that have large transit systems and the impact that that reduced transit ridership has had on our finances, not just, of course, for 2021, where they came forward and helped us in great degree, and I thank them for that help as well, but also going forward. I also met with the GTHA mayors, as I do each week on Monday, this past Monday, to talk to them about their concerns, and I make various representations on their behalf to the provincial government, including many frequent conversations I have with the Premier, which often touch on matters of our finances. So I guess I would say that the result of those conversations so far has been a lot of encouraging noises. If you go all the way back to the letter the Prime Minister wrote me during the election campaign about being there for cities and for the City of Toronto, through to what's been said since. And the noises have been words. But my job now, working with my colleagues on council, working with other mayors, working with the other two governments, is to turn those words into an agreement they can reach together as to how they will help us. But I'm very confident, based on my discussions, that that help will be forthcoming as it was last year, and that they will they do understand and will understand with their actions the particular difficult situation in which we find ourselves, where we're not allowed to run a deficit, which I wouldn't support anyway. It is a bad time to be bringing about substantial tax increases or service cuts, or cutting back on capital, which creates jobs and will help with the recovery. And so the solution becomes to get the kind of assistance from the other governments we can, and to combine that with our own efficiencies that we can find in the operation of the city government, which we've done in hundreds of millions of dollars over each of the last couple of years, and will continue to do so this year. I note with interest, again, in the last 7 days, that for the third time in this last 12 months, our credit rating has been affirmed by one of the major agencies, and they made particular note of the fact that the city has been prudently financially managed during this time, this very difficult time. So that is a report to the people and to my colleagues on the efforts that are being made to make sure that our financial challenges, which are real, do get addressed, as I'm confident that they will be with the other governments and on our own as we move through our own budget process under the leadership of Councillor Crawford. Those are my comments, and if there are no other comments, then I'm just trying to find my paperwork here on this item as to whether, I just trying to look and see whether there's a recommendation. Is there a recommendation, or is it just being received? There are recommendations. I just let me somehow misplaced the papers and all these papers we have here. Thanks very much, Catherine. So we have recommendations here to apply for and receive funding from the other governments and execute agreements with the Government of Ontario or the Government of Canada, up to and including the January 31st, 22, and to renew other agreements with other municipalities and other third parties. And so I'll ask maybe Councillor Crawford, I'll be happy to move those staff recommendations, and I'll call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Okay, the next item that we had, I believe, was 27.4 to deal with the, there we are, citywide real estate next phase of implementation. And we don't have any speakers registered for that, but we did, we may have some questions of staff. Are there questions of staff by members of the committee or visiting councillors on the citywide real estate next phase of implementation? Deputy Mayor Min Wong.
Yeah, just a couple of questions, and I have talked to staff about this, but Mr. Mayor, you'll remember we did this Deloitte report back in 2016. And back then there were 15 real estate entities. And we were moving through phase one. There was going to be a phase two. I'm just wondering, how many real estate entities are there now?
The speaker, it's Josie, Deputy Mayor. I'm going to ask David Jollymore to respond to that question. I would say that just on the authorities that were given in 2017, basically the authorities on real estate matters were actually given to the new real estate model. There's a few organizations that have those authorities, and I'll ask David to respond on that piece, as well as the work that's being done to actually move some of the activities into facilities management. So David, over to you.
Deputy Mayor, if it's through you, Mr. Mayor, if it's helpful, I'm just going to give a little bit of history in terms of the implementation of the model. So back in 2018, we created CaféTO by merging the former corporations of Build Toronto and Toronto Portlands Corporation. And our focus during that year was really on integrating CaféTO, achieving some savings, as well as putting in new functions in place, which really enabled the real estate model. In 2019, we consolidated a couple of city divisions under a new division, Corporate Real Estate Management. So the former divisions of Facilities Management and Real Estate Services were consolidated. I think with respect to real estate entities, the only entities on a citywide basis that maintain any authority over real estate is Toronto Community Housing and Toronto Hydro. All other authorities in any city division or agencies were consolidated under the real estate model back in 2018, back at the beginning of 2018.
So just to clarify, for the purposes of having consistency, Mr. Mayor, there were 15 real estate entities then. And how many real estate entities are there now using the Deloitte model?
Right, so there are two. CaféTO, which is a city agency, and the Corporate Real Estate Management Division at the City of Toronto. Sorry, there are two plus the two in the corporation, so four in total. So not including Toronto Hydro and Toronto Community Housing, we have two, which is CaféTO, the agency, and Corporate Real Estate Management Division under PAT.
Mr. Mayor, I may follow this up offline between now and council, but just a couple more questions. Are you telling me, for example, that at the Toronto Transit Commission, there isn't a real estate department?
At the TTC, they still have a property function that's tied to the delivery of their capital program. So we still do have some core real estate matters being dealt with at the TTC, but they work in collaboration with either CaféTO or Corporate Real Estate Management, who has the authority to transact in real estate or otherwise get those real estate matters done for the TTC.
And just one other question. As I said, Mr. Mayor, I probably need to ask these questions offline, but how many folks do we have performing the real estate function?
So if we go back to the work of Deloitte back in 2016, and again, don't quote me on the specific numbers, these are ballpark numbers. But at that time, between core real estate functions, which includes real estate transactions like buying and selling real estate, engaging in leases and those types of things, it was in the range of about 200 FTEs. In addition to that, we still have an additional, I think we reported back in 2016, would have been about 1,800 FTEs engaged in facilities management and property management functions. Those functions and activities still remain distributed.
So you still have the 1,800. There's been no reduction. What about the 200 number that you?
Well, I wouldn't say there's been no reduction. So in terms of our focus on core real estate, and that was, we focused in 2018 on core real estate, and we did do some consolidation of real estate functions with city divisions and agencies, including PFNR and the Toronto Parking Authority. I think as it relates to facilities and property management, that we have planned over the coming 2-year period, and Pat is leading that activity.
And if I may, through the chair to the deputy mayor, outside of the headcount discussion, we have been consolidating vendor contracts citywide, whether elevator or maintenance. So these are things that we are doing outside of just headcount, and that's part of the work the next year or so is around the facilities. But we can take offline any questions you may have with us further.
All right. I'll pass. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank
I'm
you,
finished for my
Deputy Mayor. Are there others wishing to ask questions on this report, Deputy Mayor Barlow? And then Deputy Mayor Thompson.
Thank you. On your guiding principles, you talk about that you'll be optimizing city-wide real estate as part of the real estate model and capital investment. What exactly are you talking about?
Right, Deputy Mayor. So effectively what we've set up with the model at CaféTO are some new functions, which I kind of touched on in my answer to the other deputy mayor. But basically, CaféTO is managing the portfolio strategy of all of the real estate related assets on a citywide basis, right? We've taken that portfolio of 8,500 plus properties and organized it into 11 different asset types. And we're currently working our way through those different asset types to optimize the real estate. So that's one piece which is underway, and that represents the real estate supply side. In addition to that, we have CaféTO through their client relationship management function, which is a net new function to the model, has engaged with city programs to understand their need for real estate over a forward-looking view. And on the basis of looking at what we have in terms of supply and demand based on program requirements, that's where we look for opportunities to optimize real estate on a citywide basis. And, in addition to that, CaféTO delivered the citywide portfolio strategy in 2019. And there's really, 3 or 4 key components to that as they go through their analysis. We're looking for opportunities to co-locate programs. We are looking for opportunities to intensify the use on a particular property. So for example, if we have a single-story building on a property that could otherwise support more density, then we would look at those opportunities.
Consolidating everything.
Correct.
But you're now including the state of good repair as well. I didn't think that Create or the real estate was going to include the state of good repair. So how are we adding the state of good repair now?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, what we're doing, Deputy Mayor, is we are in the process of creating a consolidated view of capital for real estate related capital on a citywide basis. And that includes new capital. So if we need to buy something or build something, it also includes state of good repair, which is a massive part of the capital program, right? So we're trying to wrap our arms around the entire capital program so that we can identify opportunities for the best use of capital. Now, what we're saying in this report is we want to start with the new capital because, frankly, it's easier. State of good repair capital requires, the implementation of our asset management practices and driving consistency across the portfolio in terms of getting data we need in order to understand the SHR requirements.
So you're putting together all the plans, park expansion plan, the housing plan to build 40,000 units, all these plans, and then you look at the asset and see how you can contribute to all the different plans. Is that it?
Yeah, all the various different plans of the programs, like, the PFNR facilities plan as an example, the library is doing a similar activity, housing requirements, right. So in aggregate, we're trying to understand all of the demands for real estate on a citywide basis moving forward. Then what we can do is match those to what we have in the portfolio. And, you know, that should identify the need for net new real estate.
Okay. With regards to the percentage that you want to allocate to LARP, there's just going to be some deals, as we know, the housing now sites that we're capturing the value of the land to create the affordable housing. So
yeah,
it would be counterproductive to remove 20% to now put into a LARP. You know, you can't use the same money for two different things. In this case, we have a program in the city that uses the value of the land to create affordable housing. So would you be supportive of us excluding that program of the that recommendation?
I know sorry for you, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor. I know it's very challenging, and you know, on a citywide basis, funding is a big issue to support all of the city requirements. Just as a bit of a reminder, in terms of this recommendation number 6 in the report and the trying to capture value, this really the intent, the policy intent here is for us to save money for the future. And it works in consultation with the strategic acquisition policy.
So you agree that we can't use the same money to do two things. You can't go to the store and buy, you know, use the same money to buy two different things, correct?
Well, yeah, if you don't have enough money, I do agree with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Bilo. We have Deputy Mayor Thompson next for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I was going to ask the questions around the LARP, but I think Deputy Mayor Bilo has been able to sort of at least draw some information out. I wanted to ask then, please, we had Build Toronto as a real estate entity and so on, and it had certain mandate and sort of funding expectation by the city. Can you tell me, please, the distinction between obviously the report here and CaféTO and its involvement with respect to real estate? What are the distinction between the two as it relates to resources in terms of the expectation of resources coming from Create and the expectation of resources that were expected from Build Toronto?
So through the mayor and deputy mayor, and I'm sure CaféTO might want to comment. I just want to talk about what we had created here. Build Toronto and Toronto Portlands are still corporations, and their vehicles, especially with the environmental requirements that we have TPLC there on the Portlands, and Build Toronto was the development arm, and you were actually on the board at one point in time, as you know. All of the employees, there are no employees in those corporations anymore. All the employees actually reside, and they're employees of the agency of CaféTO. So I just want, and CaféTO is not a parent of Build Toronto TPLC. They have an oversight for sure, and that was part of it. But Build Toronto and TPLC are vehicles for us to actually deliver on our mandate too, because they have the ability to do development deals in Build Toronto. And I'm going to ask our folks in CaféTO if they want to comment any further. I think Big Son or Steve Trumper's on, but I want to separate that there's a mandate of CaféTO based on the model that we created, which is a strategic oversight that we needed, and it's actually proven itself quite valuable from what I've seen in the last 3 years. But I'll just ask CaféTO if they want to comment on Build Toronto. And the one thing I should say also, I just want to be clear, as part of the 2017 report, we had talked about the dividend that we would be coming back here too, and a lot of the value that we're creating is obviously not part of this dividend anymore, that we were actually going to bring what you're seeing in value created in some of the pages here, page 11 and on, as part of what we're delivering. So CaféTO, I can ask Vic or...
So can I just interrupt for a second, please?
Oh,
I
sure,
really don't want to focus so much attention on Build Toronto. What I'm trying to understand going forward is effectively how will we benefit with respect to this program that you want to implement, in the sense that resources that would be realized by CaféTO could be utilized in a way that will not necessarily require the city to actually come up with additional resources. Is that part of what you're introducing here as part of this report?
through the mayor, deputy mayor, that is correct. We're looking at other revenue sources. We'll be coming back with that with our CFO. Absolutely.
Okay, because I think that's really important for us to be able to
Absolutely.
understand that. Right? So, okay, Mr. Mayor, those are all the questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Thompson. Are there others wishing to ask questions on this report? Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, just very quickly, through you to staff. On a fairly frequent basis, we get calls regarding micro real estate holdings of the City of Toronto, small slivers of orphan land that really have no commercial value for the city. You certainly can't build much on it. And yet, when we send the inquiries off to staff to get the status or zoning of those lands and put in place an opportunity for either a business or an individual member of the public, sometimes it's adjoining a residential property, sometimes it's a commercial property. There doesn't seem to be the infrastructure to take an unsolicited offer to buy orphan real estate from us and take it through the process to sale. We're good on the big deals, on the Allen districts and the 55-acre stuff. But when it comes to the micro, we have hundreds of these. We just can't seem to get it done. And I'm wondering whether there doesn't seem to be a piece in here to deal with that. And I'm wondering whether that's on your radar to make sure that can be done in the future.
And through the mayor, sir. Go ahead.
I'll take that, Josie. It's Pat Matoso, Councillor Pasternak. Through you, Mr. Chair. You are right. The process is a little bit onerous. My team and I are working on a process. We're actually bringing a report next month to GGLC to deal with some of the slivers and how we can increase sort of expedite the process. But that's something that's going to take a while. But it's on our radar to address, and I completely understand when it's just a small parcel of land that really has no sort of value to the city that can be surplus and sold. So we're working on it. It's going to take some time, but we will address that.
Well, that's good to hear, because not only would we realize a one-time cash infusion, but we wouldn't have to maintain these orphan pieces anymore if they have no strategic value for the city.
Go ahead, sorry. So one of the things we'll have to work on is getting a handle on how many we have, so that we can readily assess those needs when they come in, or requirements that we come in. So something like developing sort of a vacant land directory for all those slivers of land. So we are working on that with CaféTO.
And Councillor Pasternak, that is an important part of what CaféTO and CREM are doing, based on Deputy Mayor Thompson's question, is to look at opportunity to create greater revenue for us too. So that is part of that process. So I just want to let you know that.
It's my second question. It's been touched on a couple of times. Number 6 in your recommendations, this 20% of land value to be put back into the LARF, the Land Acquisition Reserve Fund. The other 80%, just refresh the public's memory on what happens for every $100 that we get in a real estate transaction.
For you, Mr. Mayor, I'll take that question. So just to give a little bit of history and context for recommendation number 6, the city has had a land acquisition reserve fund in place for several years, and we've also had a policy around strategic acquisition of real estate, both of which we're trying to update it in this report. And I think attachment 3 of the report has the updated strategic acquisition policy. So the intent of this policy really is to attempt to sock away money for a rainy day for the future, right? Versus spending every penny we have here and now. I think historically, and there's a couple of policies that need to change in order for us to be able to do what I'm talking about. So I think the first is that historically, if a division, agency, or corporation occupied a property for more than 10 years, then if that property was sold, the proceeds of that disposal would be allocated to that program's capital program. And the intent of LARF was that those funds would be used to buy real estate or support real estate needs. And I'm not sure that has always been the practice over the last several years. So I think, the so what we're trying to do with this particular policy is really allow us to start contributing again to the LARF, because historically what would happen is we would be contributing to the LARF through the disposal of properties, and we're simply not doing that anymore, right? So the city, there could be some bits and pieces, as you kind of referred to in your previous questions, but there's no significant disposals of property anymore. We're using the value from those properties to support city priorities like affordable housing as an example, right? So the intent of the policy really is to allow us to start contributing again to the LARF, which will allow us to have some funding available, allowing us to be strategic per the strategic acquisition policy.
So, Councillor Pasternak, I know Vic Gupta would like to comment also, if I may, Liza.
Through the mayor, what I wanted to just add is that you had asked about what happens with the 80%. So, I mean, just boil it down, the 80% of value that is...
Vic, we're losing you. We can't hear you that well. Sorry.
The sound quality there is very poor. Mr.
Just Vic, turn your screen on.
If you turn your picture off, maybe we get better sound.
Sure.
Try that.
Sure. The 80% is of land value. If a piece of land is worth, $40 or $50 million, the 80% of that value is what we use to pay for the affordable housing, whatever other city investment generating out of that site. So what we're saying is we'd like to take some of that value, actually monetize, put it into the loan.
Okay. Still not the best of quality, but I think we got the gist of that. And that was your last question, Councillor Pasternak. Other questions of staff on this report? Okay. Well, seeing none, we will then move to speakers. And I know I have a couple of members with motions, but I'll just look for a list we can put together those wishing to speak. Councillor McKelvey, I saw with her hand up. And I know Councillor Bilo, I think Deputy Mayor Bilo, you have a motion, so have you on the speakers list. And so we'll start with those two. But Councillor McKelvey, over to you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a motion that the Executive Committee requests the manager to report directly to November 9th and 10th meeting of Council on the status of these plans to consolidate work yards in order to optimize available space for citywide benefit and potential community activation. I know that there's various stages of this work that's happening, so just a few pages on the status of this work, where we're at. In particular, just in the last month alone, I've had 2 instances pointed out to me where it's important to advance this work. The first being the maintenance yard over by the University of Toronto Scarborough campus, where groups are interested in partnering with the University of Toronto for a high performance track facility. So, considerable good to the community if we could relocate that yards and accelerate that. Another example is the yard over in Edwards Gardens, where there are plans to relocate it to another location in the park, improve safety, because right now the yards vehicles have to cross pedestrian walkways. So, accelerating that also opens up the space near Edwards Gardens. So I'm just hoping for a status on all of that at the November meeting. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Councillor McKelvey. Then any questions of the mover? Seeing none. Okay, we can move forward then to Deputy Mayor Bilo.
Mayor, I do have a motion, and probably my colleagues and everybody from my question can understand where I'm coming from with this. And it's with regards to item 6, recommendation to have 20% going into the LARC, the Land Acquisition Fund, which makes sense because, sometimes we do require to acquire land to make better projects, to have more city building opportunities. But the reality is that housing now sites is already using the value of land to create affordable housing. So you can't have the value of land going into different things. We know that in order to make the housing now deals work, we need to capture all that land value and the incentives that we do through development charges as well to create this opportunity. I think that once we created CaféTO, we saw a big shift in the way that we deal with land. We're actually not only coordinating our strategic priorities, our capital plans from libraries, community centers, and so on, but we're actually using our land for city building opportunities, having an impact directly in our communities, leveraging that value of the land for local city building opportunities with obviously a city focus because that's city building. So I think we're definitely moving in the right direction to have a more coordinated approach. We need to be smarter about the way that we're developing our land, and I think that's always been the objective of this new real estate model of creating CaféTO, and I think we've had several examples of what we can do that. We've had several deals coming through from, 260 Adelaide, where we had several departments involved, where we created affordable housing, childcare, relocated fire station. That's the kind of projects that we can build by having a coordinated approach and a real city building approach. So looking forward to see many more of those projects coming through, but understanding that we need land is also only going to get us so far. So, we need to keep that in mind. But I am supportive of the report, and I ask my colleagues that for their support for this motion, because we need to make sure that we continue to build the thousands of units that Housing Now has committed to build, and that we as a council have committed to build.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Barlow. Any others wishing to speak? Okay, well, I'm just going to say a few words if I might. I want to just say a couple of words about structure and about operations and then about strategy. On the structure side, I'll just say, because Deputy Mayor Min Wong asked perfectly valid questions with respect to the number of entities. I think it is actually true that the number of entities that are in any kind of operational mode has dramatically reduced. Some of these entities continue to exist for legal reasons because there are leases that were entered into with them, and frankly it's more efficient, if I can use that word, simply to leave those leases in place and have those entities exist sort of on paper, as it were, more than anything else. And I think there's been a good job done, of which this report was meant to be the next step in continuing with that consolidation, so that things are consolidated and can be then run in a very strategic and coordinated way. With respect to the operations, I will just say that, really fast, following along with what Deputy Mayor Barlow just said, a deal like 260 Adelaide, I would argue, in a couple of respects, and it speaks again to the purpose of this report, could not have been done. I think even Councillor Cressy would probably agree that had we not changed the structure, created CaféTO, created the degree of sort of cooperation that exists between and among departments to get things done on a strategic basis, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I'll say for myself, that deal would probably not have got done if it weren't for the fact that we've made the effort to consolidate our real estate operations and to look at things through a more strategic lens. Further, as to why people would say, well, why does the city need to have a land acquisition fund? Well, while we didn't use that fund per se, I think it is the case that when you have to buy a piece of land as expensive as that one was in order to complete the transaction we're going to do, which will have immense public benefits in the context of a new park downtown and so on, we had to come up with quite a bit of money. And I'm one of those who says that, contrary to a policy that might have been engaged in by previous administrations where the emphasis was entirely on selling land and taking the proceeds and using them to solve other city challenges, as much as I understand what those challenges are, I am for doing that where appropriate, but I'm also for buying land. I think that there are times in which we should be buying a piece of land and have the gain or the advantage or the strategic opportunity represented by that piece of land in our hands, as opposed to having them fall into someone else's hands when we know exactly what needs to be done with that land, including the strategic use we have made of land for affordable housing, which I'm very proud of, and I think the city can be very proud of that in terms of how we've made strategic use properly, carefully, of city land and sites that are now part of the Housing Now and other such programs, including the Rapid Housing Initiative. And I will just finish on that note, which is to say that the creation of CaféTO and the work that has been done by that team over there, working with our corporate real estate management, with much more to come, by the way, in terms of the modern TO program, for example, which is already seeing huge consolidations of leases where payments are made to third parties to accommodate city functions. A lot of that has been cut back, but it's only part of a much bigger program that we'll see. real estate refurbished of our own and therefore able to be more productively used in terms of the number of employees per foot. And it will see, as it has already, a reduction in the number of leases, and it will see jobs, quite frankly, transferred or moved to other parts of the city, including in particular more suburban areas of the city, which have not enjoyed often as much of the civic employment benefits as has the downtown. But on the city building front, and again, Deputy Mayor Bilo made reference to this, we have not only used a significant number of sites in a strategic way thanks to this consolidated strategic approach for affordable housing, but we have also used this land in a strategic way to create new parks. We've used it as well for new employment opportunities that are a part of what we're doing to sort of have appropriately created jobs in appropriate places, but because we have centralized dealing with the land, we're able to make those opportunities available. So I think this report is the next step along the way. I commend the staff for writing it. I think it's the right thing for us to do. I think it is paying dividends to us in many respects, not just the old way, which is selling land to get money. What we're doing here is making strategic use of land, making strategic use of the proceeds, and making sure we're putting ourselves in a better position to make a strategic use of funds to acquire land where it's in the city's best interest to do so. And I think this is all for the good. And I, by the way, will be supporting both of the motions brought forward by Deputy Mayor Bilo and as well by Councillor McKelvey. Any other comments people wish to make about this report before we move along, or questions of the... Okay, well then, seeing none, I will then first put what I believe is motion number 1, which is Councillor McKelvey's motion, which would amend the recommendations in this item, speaking to the question of work yards, and call the question on motion number 1. There it is. Just go back to the screen now that you've looked at that. And all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then we go to motion number 2, which is the motion moved by Councillor Deputy Mayor Bilo to do with the Housing Now sites in particular. And I will call the question on that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. I think that then brings us next to item 27.6. And on 27.6, there are 2 deputants to be heard first. And so this is on the next phase of Waterfront Revitalization. And so if we're ready, Tim from Waterfront Business Improvement Area, we are ready to hear from you because I think you're on the line. Are you there, Tim?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Tory, and thank you, members of the executive for your time.
You have 5 minutes, and then there may be some questions for you.
I'm here to get support of Waterfront Town's work and their ambitious vision for what Waterfront will become. I'm sorry, I didn't realize there's an audio problem. Can you hear me okay?
I don't think you have, well, you're just on audio. You don't have your picture turned on, so that doesn't help. It's just, why don't you just try for a minute again? It sounded like you were cutting out a little bit. Why don't you just pick up and we'll see how it goes. And I can interrupt if we're not hearing you well.
Hello. Oh, jeez. Hello, can you please confirm you can hear me again?
We can hear you, Tim, so please try it for a minute and we'll just see if it works well enough and it's not interrupted. And if it is interrupted, we might have you call back and see if we can fix it. So why don't you try again?
Okay, thank you. I'm here to speak in support of Waterfront Toronto's work and their very ambitious vision for what our waterfront will become. And first, I'd like to thank and recognize the leadership of city staff, including the Secretariat, Parks, Forestry, and Recreation, and the work now done by CaféTO to identify and build on opportunities along the water's edge as well. 2 weeks ago, the Secretariat tested lighting on the Canada malting silos across from the Island Airport, a really beautiful sneak peek of what the area around that site can become, a landmark visible all around the harbor and from downtown Towers. A walk from there east on Queens Quay toward the Portland shows 2 things. The incredible work done by the city with Waterfront Toronto so far, a string of inner harbor parks and more ways to experience the water. It also highlights how many more opportunities there still are for landmarks. More
Tim, I apologize. Tim, I apologize for interrupting you, but a number of members of the committee have turned their cameras off, and as a result, you can't tell if we have quorum or not. So could I just ask those members, in order to make sure we have quorum, to turn their cameras back on? I'm sorry, Tim, it's just a technical point, but it's not unimportant. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. One more. We need one more to Deputy Mayor, Bilo, Deputy Mayor. Thompson, Councillor Ainsley's here. Councillor Pasternak? Councillor McKelvey? Sorry, Tim, we'll just have to wait until that happens. There's Deputy Mayor Thompson back. Okay, so we're fine now. Sorry, Tim, please go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Thank you. I also need to highlight that part of maximizing the waterfront's potential is the need to continue connecting it with public transit. The Waterfront East End Portland's LRT is next on the city's unfunded transit priorities list, and it's there alongside the Eglinton East LRT extension that will connect large parts of Scarborough. Both transit lines together are a perfect example of how transit can improve equity across the city, increased access to jobs, to increase housing and affordable housing access, and to increase access to leisure and recreation opportunities. As the city grows, the waterfront is more and more becoming a backyard for the city, especially, of course, for those of us who don't actually have backyards. I've spoken with councillors in Scarborough about how it's faster sometimes to get to downtown jobs and entertainment from Oshawa than it is from parts of Scarborough. And the Waterfront East LRT will open up access to not just jobs downtown, but also at least 25,000 housing units through the Portland, the size of at least 2 Liberty villages. My last point I'd like to make is to highlight the philanthropy and fundraising strategy Waterfront Toronto is embarking on. That's another important collaborative element towards a world-class waterfront. It takes a lot of stakeholders working together to make any grand vision possible. And one example I like to highlight is the Chicago Bean. It was controversial as part of nearly $500 million park. Questions were raised about whether a $20 million metal bean was necessary. And of course, now it's the first landmark of Chicago. Everyone needs to see it when they visit. They send back thousands, tens of thousands of photos each day all around the world of Chicago and that bean. And donors actually made contributions to make sure that that bean happened too. One example we saw on our waterfront this year was the new Terry Fox Monument will be built on the waterfront next summer. And that's in large part due to a very generous pledge from a family of philanthropists. And it still took a collaboration of support from a number of stakeholders, including our BIA, the city's BIA office in ECDEV, and then many city departments, Parks, Forestry and Recreation, and Waterfront Toronto was involved too. So I just want to say world-class waterfront will never be easy to build or maintain, but we believe with all these partners continuing to work closely together, well coordinated, it really is possible. Thank you.
Tim, thank you, and I apologize for the interruptions, and I'll just see if there are any questions for Tim as a deputy today. Thank you very much for being with us today and for those thoughts, and we certainly will look forward to the Terry Fox Monument and to making progress on the Waterfront LRT. If he's available, we'll go to the next deputy, who is Mark Richardson from HousingNowTO.com. Mr. Richardson, good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I think we can, and you have 5 minutes. You know, pardon me, how this works, and there may be some questions afterwards. Please go ahead.
Thank you. We did submit a letter with some maps on this item as well, so it may be useful for councillors to refer to those maps during this discussion. Before we start today, we'd like to, first of all, congratulate Mayor Tory and Deputy Mayor Barlau, city staff, and CaféTO on successfully completing the RFP process for the Wilson and the Warden sites under Housing Now. We'd also like to thank Councillor Pasternak and Councillor Crawford for their work and encouragement on turning these underused city-owned parking lots into new, dense, affordable housing communities. Today, speaking about waterfront revitalization, our HousingNowTO.com civic tech volunteers have monitored the city's plans for waterfront revitalization and are encouraged to see that the very first Waterfront Toronto site for inclusion into the Housing Now program, called East Bayfront Block R6, will be reviewed by council at your November 9th meeting as part of the newly announced Phase 3 sites for your signature affordable housing program. This very small 0.55 acre site at East Bayfront will yield approximately 397 total units with 182 market units and a minimum of 215 affordable rental units operated by a not-for-profit for a period of 99 years. This is a notable milestone, as it is the first Housing Now program site to use surplus city lands for such a high ratio of affordable housing units. It has also been decades since the City of Toronto delivered anything at that scale and ambition with a not-for-profit partner along Queen's Quay. However, when we read the supporting materials on the report, the next phase of waterfront revitalization, our volunteers do not see any specific improved targets for affordable housing delivery. In a 57-page background study from KPMG, the words affordable housing only appear 4 times. The report from your deputy city manager does speak to an affordable housing strategy to exceed the minimum requirements in the planning framework as per council direction. It includes consideration of cooperative housing, rent geared to income, mid-range rental housing, and addressing the financial resources required and potential sources of financial support. But, and this is an important but, no specific improved target for affordable housing unit delivery percentages or years of affordability have been identified in this report. This needs to be corrected. We would respectfully request that the Executive Committee direct CaféTO, the Housing Secretariat, other appropriate city departments and agencies to work with Waterfront Toronto to prepare all of the city-owned residential lands within the waterfront revitalization zones for future inclusion into the pipeline for the Mayor's Housing Now program, to ensure that the following criteria are applied to those surplus government-owned lands over the next 20 years. All residential and mixed lands are leased for redevelopment for 99 years, not sold. Require that a minimum 1/3 of total units are developed as affordable rental, and the period of required affordability on the affordable rental units be 99 years. This request follows the model that City Council approved at your October 1st, 2021 meeting to update the affordable housing targets on the Allen District East lands to align with the Housing Now program. This is a model that we believe should be repeated on all of the city-owned residential lands within the waterfront revitalization zone and on any other large developable residential lands in the city's portfolio. As always, our open data and civic tech volunteers are happy to answer any questions the committee or city staff may have on the affordable housing development best practices and how you can work to make the most effective use of your surplus government-owned lands to help alleviate Toronto's rental housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richardson. Are there any questions of the deputy? Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. Through your Tory to the deputy. Mark, could you explain a bit your presentation? So we already have an affordable housing target at 20% on the waterfront area. You think it should be higher than 20%?
It's similar to the targets around the Allen District East lands. Those targets were set before you ever had a Housing Now program. You now have a Housing Now program. A Housing Now program that you've proven on your first 2 sites meet the density and funding models to actually get successfully built. So we know that CMHC will support this model. We know these developments will actually take place. In the waterfront area, that 20% target for affordable housing is probably 10 years old. Staff could confirm how far back it was when you set that number. You're in a different world now than you were pre-COVID, pre-pandemic, pre-current housing crisis. You have to be more aggressive with your surplus land use, and the Housing Now program should be the default setting for all of the city's surplus lands.
So I guess based on the work that you've done and the students, because I've seen some of the other work that you've done, what do you think that target should be for this area, if not 20%?
It should fall into the model of the Housing Now program, 99-year land leases where the land is leased, not sold, a minimum of 1/3 affordable rental, and a period of 99 years. The site that that's now in the Housing Now program at East Bayfront, you're actually doing greater than 50% affordable rental units for the very first time. But that's because you're taking just a half-acre site and you're turning it into almost 400 total units of housing. So the math is all there. Your staff is aware of the math. You can reach these targets, putting surplus lands en masse into the Housing Now pipeline
means that you are setting a standard that will be followed on these lands for the next 15, 20, 30 years, long after some of you are no longer city councilors, long after some of us are hopefully no longer having to complain about affordable housing.
Okay, and then this would be similar to what needs to be done at East Harbor?
Yeah, so our volunteers are working with the local advisory council for East Harbor. East Harbor is not city-owned land. It is owned by Cadillac Fairview, which is the Ontario Teachers Pension Fund. It's very hard for our volunteers to advocate for them to deliver 30% affordable and workforce housing in the residential component of East Harbor, when directly south of them at Villiers or the Portlands, the city is only doing 20% by default. It's the same as we did on the Allen District East. Allen District East, we're asking for you to follow the Housing Now program so we can go across the street to Canada Lands and Northcrest at Downsview and tell them to meet a city kind of standard on the land. We can't do that if you don't set the standards on your own land high enough.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Those are my questions, Mayor Tory.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Other questions of this deputant? All right. Seeing none, I'll thank you so much, Mr. Richardson, for your deputation and for answering those questions. And that would move us then next. I believe there are no other speakers to the questions of staff. Are there questions of staff on this report? Deputy Mayor Barlow.
Mayor, I want to follow up with staff on some of the questions around the affordable housing. I thought that for the secondary plan for the Portlands, that we had a target of 30%. Thought Councillor Fletcher had moved a motion around that. Can staff confirm that? Am I getting confused? Possible?
Through the chair, Deputy Mayor Bailao, it's Greg Lintern. We're operating on throughout the Central Waterfront Secondary Plan on the 20% target, and that, as the speaker indicated, has been in place now since the adoption of the secondary plan. There may have been a direction that you speak of. I'd have to double check that direction, but the time has passed, and we are looking at how to achieve in excess of that target as we roll through the various precincts that are being planned on a more localized basis, East Bayfront and various precincts throughout the Portlands. So that work kind of lies ahead of us because there are also significant considerations to take into account around the cost of infrastructure. That is a complete brownfield, and it is not necessarily comparable to Housing Now.
Okay. Okay. Maybe before council, we can get back some information if there was. I believe there was a direction, and maybe we can just look into this. I believe that
we'd be happy to clarify that. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions of staff on this report? Deputy Mayor Menemois, and then Councillor McKelvey.
Yeah. How many acres does the city own on the waterfront? Or maybe hectares, acres, hectares. How much? What do we have on the waterfront? What do we own?
Through the mayor, it's David Stonehouse from the city's waterfront secretariat, and the report speaks to 500 acres that are owned by the city and CaféTO in the Portlands. I'm sorry, I don't have these statistics for the other precincts.
So, excluding Quayside, there are no commit that those lands we've given over to Waterfront Toronto. Is that fair to say?
Lands in the East Bayfront have been managed by Waterfront Toronto, working in partnership with the City of Toronto, going back to a series of reports that were adopted in 2006. So that's the East Bayfront, which includes Quayside, and then I should point out that Waterfront Toronto is also a landowner in Quayside.
Do we own any land in Quayside?
We own one parcel in Quayside.
So, but the remainder of the land, when we sell that land, the proceeds of that land go to the LARF. Is that correct?
through the mayor, that has not been the practice through the East Bayfront, but it could be the practice going forward.
Sorry, I can ask the practice, because there is no practice with regard to that, is it's city-owned land. And as it's city-owned land, when we sell a parcel of land, it goes to the LARF. Is that fair to say?
The transactions that I have been involved with have involved property-specific reports to council where funds have been directed to Waterfront Toronto directly.
Okay, maybe I'll ask, is the CFO there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's Tracy while Heather's queuing up. As David was mentioning, any projects that involve city-related lands are all subject to council authorization and direction of the funding. David's reflecting what has happened historically with city-owned land in respect to Waterfront Toronto. There is the Quayside property, the parcel we own, which will be subject of a report to council to determine the direction of those funds. And I'll ask if Heather has any further comment in regard to policy.
Thanks, Tracy. To you, Mr. Mayor. Deputy Mayor, I will just augment what Tracy just commented. The policy is that if there is any proceeds from a city disposition, that the proceeds do go into the LARF, and then from there, council decides as to what the purpose of the proceeds is.
So to actually be specific, Heather, or Ms. Taylor, the bylaw said, we have a bylaw that says if we sell a piece of land, the city-owned land, and which would include the 500 acres, it would fall within that grouping, that unless the city passes, has a report or passes a different bylaw, then the proceeds of that property sale goes to the LARF. Is that an unreasonable proposition?
For you, Mr. Mayor, so Deputy Mayor, so yes, with the exception of a prior decision around very specific lands that David Stonehouse was referencing. So there has been an exception in the past, but to your specific question, yes.
That would require council direction, but the general policy is all lands when they're sold, which would include the 500 acres, unless there's a previous decision or by council or another decision by council, would go to the LARF.
That's correct.
Okay, so all those waterfront lands, 500 acres is owned by the city, should go to the LARF, unless council decides otherwise.
And unless there is a previous decision?
Yeah, we don't have any other previous decisions on that 500 acres exclusive of the lands at Quayside. Is that true?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, other than the ones that Mr. Stonehouse identified, I'm not aware of any.
Okay, great. Thank you all for that clarification.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Min Wong. Other questions of staff? I had Councillor McKelvey next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The consultation you're planning to do, it looks like you're reporting back on Q1.
Through the mayor, that is correct. Probably towards the end of Q1.
I think we lost signal with Councillor McKelvey there for a minute. Just see if she's back. No. Okay. We'll just give that a minute. Were there other people wishing to ask questions?
2022, which is
there you are. Oh. Councillor McKelvey, could you try turning off your camera there? Yeah. We saw you for a second, and then. We just don't have good sound with you at the moment. All right, maybe we could have you log back in, Councillor McKelvey, and I'll just see if there's anybody else that had any questions of staff on this report. There wasn't anybody, so we'll just give Councillor McKelvey a moment. Is she trying to log back in? Can we tell? I think she's offline at the moment. Just give her 1 minute here. Is she back? She's back? Coming back in, I think. Councillor McKelvey, can you hear me? She's unmuted at the moment, but can't hear us, I guess. Okay, well, we'll just have to then move along, and we can always come back to this. If that was the last person asking questions of staff, then we could move to sorry, Councillor Cressy, did you have questions of staff, or did you want to speak?
No, I'm happy to speak, sir. I don't
okay.
take up time with
So
questions.
I'll just check, and since Councillor Cressy is visiting with us, kind enough to be here, we'll turn it over to him if there's no one asking any more questions. Go ahead, Councillor Cressy.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and thank you to all the staff for this report. I wanted to join members of executive for this item, in part because I am a waterfront councillor like so many of you, but also because I have the privilege of serving as the mayor's designate on the board of Waterfront Toronto. And, when we think about the waterfront, from Scarborough to Etobicoke, our city began as a waterfront city. It truly was our point of origin. And over time, as you all know, we lost the waterfront over hundreds of years to a railway and expressway and to development. But over 21 years, over 21 continuous years now at the city, our waterfront has not only been reclaimed, it has been revitalized to our collective citywide benefit. From Scarborough to Etobicoke, the waterfront is increasingly, once again, becoming our collective front yard. And I want to point to some of the numbers in the report that speak to some of what has been accomplished. Through a partnership with 3 orders of government since 2001, we have seen $2.7 billion in investment from the public, resulting in $13.2 billion in private sector investment in our waterfront. We've seen $1.1 billion in tax revenue created, $2.7 billion in economic activity. But more than the numbers, what you have all seen and what we all see down on the waterfront is new neighborhoods where people live, where they work, where they play, where companies invest, and where once again our waterfront is being reclaimed. The proof is in what we've seen in the West Donlands and East Bayfront, and what we've seen are livable, affordable, dynamic neighborhoods where commerce is taking place and where people are raising families. And this work is only continuing. When you think about the waterfront, and where I'm so supportive of what's being articulated here from our staff, so when you think about the waterfront, great cities think big. They set high affordable housing targets and achieve them. They invest in the infrastructure with other orders of government to ensure that these are neighborhoods and work centers where people can commute to. But they also commit to the waterfront. Because when you think about a waterfront city, it's really easy to sell off land. It's much harder to think big about what you want that land to become. And that requires commitment and vision, as we've had in this city for 21 straight years. And the future, from the opportunity with CaféTO and the city building mandate they've established to the continued leadership of Waterfront Toronto, is to think big once again as we look towards the Portlands and other opportunities right across from Scarborough to Etobicoke. So I wanted to lend my voice in strong support to this report and to say that 21 years of thinking big on the waterfront across administrations from all political stripes has served our city so well. So let's carry on with it. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Councillor Cressy. Now, let's just see if we have Councillor McKelvey back. I see, there she is. Can you hear us, and can we hear you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, actually.
Sorry, my house internet dropped.
With the committee's concurrence, I'll just go back to the question you had.
Back to questions?
Yeah.
The first was, I see that the consultation is planned to report back in Q1 2022, which is quick. So can you just summarize the scope and the extent of that consultation, what you're planning to seek information on?
Through the mayor, yes, we're planning some virtual meetings, which would be citywide in terms of their reach. We would also be reaching out to stakeholder groups, and because the report talks about the Etobicoke and Scarborough waterfronts specifically, as well as the western beaches and eastern beaches, we'll be wanting to have conversations with groups that are doing work locally in those areas, and we'll be reaching out to the waterfront councillors to get help with that. We'll also be doing a fair amount of outreach with different stakeholders by sector, but including industry, including the BIAs, etc. And then finally, we'll be engaging an Indigenous engagement consultant from an Indigenous community to help us engage the rights holders, the treaty organizations, as well as the urban Indigenous community.
Does this consultation recognize the extensive internal assessments that have already been done and the plans that are already underway?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. I was saying how, but I guess you've answered it as yes, it does. It looks at those. Okay, and what is the status of funding for the EA has been completed for the Scarborough waterfront? So, what is the status of funding request? How are we seeking funding to fill that gap?
So through the mayor, I'm not that involved in the project, but it's an example of a project that would be perhaps aided by this process that we're embarking on, where the longer list of waterfront projects can be prioritized and brought to the attention of provincial and federal governments through this process. We can also follow with you online about the specific project, which, sorry, we don't have the details on.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKelvey. So we had reverted back briefly there for questions, and now we were on speakers. And are there other members of the committee wishing to speak to the waterfront, or members of the committee wishing to speak to the waterfront revitalization report? Okay. Well, seeing none, then I would, let me just go back to again. Just help me again with you. Yeah, thank you. I don't know what I've done with my main agenda here somewhere. Thanks very much. So we're dealing here with EX 27.6, next phase of waterfront recommendation. There are a series of recommendations here with respect to reports forthcoming in Q2, Q1, and Q2 22, and a long series of recommendations to do with community benefits and other things. Those are provided for in the staff report. Can I have someone to move these staff recommendations? Moved by Councillor Ainsley. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, thank you, Catherine. Now that would bring us to the next item, which is EX 27.7, implementing a small business property tax subclass. And there are 4 speakers to be heard from on that issue, so we'll move to that first. And the first of the speakers is John Carew, who I'm told is on the line from the Toronto Association of BIAs. John, good morning.
Good morning to you all.
Thank you for joining us. You know you have 5 minutes, up to 5 minutes to make your comments. There may be some questions. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Your Worship, members of committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you on a monumental policy that will in time provide wide tax relief to small businesses across the city. As you well know, TABIA is the umbrella organization of Toronto's 85 BIAs with a collective membership of some 90,000 businesses and property owners, a significant number of who are small mom and pop businesses. When the announcement was released by the province in the fall financial statement in 2020 by then Finance Minister Rod Phillips, that the province would provide municipalities with the authority to develop a small business tax class for the purposes of providing tax relief to small businesses, our members were ecstatic. And we are pleased that, to our understanding, you, the City of Toronto, is only one of 2 municipalities that have taken up on this opportunity to support local small businesses. This report is a significant, long-awaited first step in providing much-needed tax relief to small businesses in this city. Like all new policies, it isn't perfect, and we expect that it will evolve. To that end, we have been working with the mayor's office to make this policy even stronger and more inclusive in the future. As a result, we understand that some motions will be tabled to achieve that, and we ask that you support this report inclusive of those motions. I look forward to collectively with yourself, on behalf of Toronto's business community, going to the province to ask that they fulfill their promise to match whatever savings the municipality provides for small businesses in terms of taxes. Collectively, a 15% reduction in property taxes will provide these businesses with significant tax relief, particularly as they try to recover and rebuild post-pandemic. So as noted earlier, this report at this time is a significant, long-awaited first step in providing much-needed tax relief to many small businesses in the city, and we look forward to working with staff to make it stronger and more inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carew. Are there questions of this deputy? Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Tory, to Mr. Carew. Mr. Carew, could you, how many business members do you have in the former Scarborough area, or the Scarborough area?
Don't have, Councillor, I don't have the breakdown in terms of former Scarborough. There are actively approximately 3 BIAs out there, so I'd be guessing. I really would. Sorry. Happy to get back to you by polling those BIAs and accumulating their membership. Maybe the BIA office, maybe your staff may have that number as they work closely with us.
Okay, so sorry, there's three of 88 BIAs are in Scarborough?
85 BIAs, and I believe 3 are in Scarborough.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions, Mayor Tory.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Other questions of Mr. Carew on his deputation today? Okay, I don't see anybody else, and I will thank you, Mr. Carew, very much for your deputation and appreciate your time. Next is Lionel Miskin, also from the Toronto Association of BIAs, with us.
I am with you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, and thank you for being here. You have up to 5 minutes, and then there may be some questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, members of the committee. I'm Lionel Miskin, Vice President of TABIA and Chair of its Tax Committee. I'm going to be brief. Firstly, kudos to the Mayor and to the councillors who are supportive of this proposal. They understand how desperately this is needed to preserve thousands of small businesses along with the neighborhoods they support. We at TABIA see this as an excellent first step. We emphasize first step, as does the report before you, because as we know and as you know, more has to be done. Many small businesses are not yet included. We recognize that not all could be accomplished in time for 2022, but we urge council to expand the program as much as possible to cover all small business for 2023. Otherwise, a huge part of our membership will be extremely disappointed, and quite a few will be in dire financial straits. Also needed is an application process for those businesses who fall outside of the definition, but may be close enough that they should be included. So we see what is before you now as a potential lifesaver for many, which will hopefully become a lifesaver for all. Again, the mayor and councillors are to be commended for getting this ball rolling. And I thank you for giving me this opportunity to address you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Mr. Miskin. Are there questions of this deputy? Okay, I don't see any. I will thank you very much for being with us. Next, Adam Smith. Adam Smith, I gather you are with us on the line, and you are welcome here, and you have 5 minutes to make a presentation, or up to 5 minutes, and then we may have some questions. Please go ahead.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important issue. I've been advocating for a property tax break for small businesses ever since my 6-year tenure as a board member of the BTIA, and I learned of the difference between residual commercial band 1 and band 2. However, I've always had the concern of how to ensure such a break is passed on to commercial tenants. For example, CaféTO being made permanent and cost-free for 2022 is a direct boon to businesses, whether they own their building or pay rent. It is an immediate, measurable increase of potential volume of customers, which results in a direct injection of increased sales for the businesses. I could not be happier about such a policy. The new small business tax subclass, however, has a few gaping holes in it. The majority of storefront businesses these days rent their space, and depending how smart that tenant was in negotiating their lease may not show what portion is property taxes or the BIA levy or utilities, but just a flat rate. Landlords are free to pocket the savings from this tax break without ever passing it on to the business itself. There seems to be no way to ensure the tax break is actually supporting the small business, or if it will just be more lucrative for the rent-seeking property owner. The main report acknowledges this hole a couple times, towards the end stating, tenants in gross leases may not see the benefit of reduced property taxes passed through unless the owner agrees to pass the benefit through in the form of a reduction in the gross rent. In light of this admission, the city should not be instituting such a tax break without more fully assessing its potential results. Then there's the matter of the claim this will be a 15% reduction in the tax rate, which is not accurate for businesses currently classified as residual commercial band 1. This would be more obvious if the city still put its definition of residual commercial band 1 and band 2 on its website, which for reasons I can't understand it no longer does. Buried much further in the report, it can be deduced that businesses currently in residual commercial band 1 will see a 9.2% reduction in rates, whereas the reduction for the businesses that now fall under the new class is close to 15%. What the report does not do is differentiate between how many properties are going to see a 9% reduction and how many will see a 15% reduction, making the overall claim of 15% disingenuous. Then there's the anticipation of a reduction in the education levy. Will the province matching the tax break with a reduction in the education levy just translate to less money for schools? Is this just another example of a neoliberal tax cut helping the private sector while slowly starving the public sector? The other big problem is it's a drop in the bucket. This is meant to save 25,000 businesses a total of $26.87 million a year. Well, on average, that comes to savings of $1,075 a year or $90 a month. No business is making or breaking it over $90 a month. This is less than a Band-Aid and little more than the illusion of support. What would have shorted up more is a return to a business occupancy tax or some similar consideration. The report claims the type of business occupying a property cannot be assessed, and therefore it is anticipated that corporate franchises, banks, and other similar businesses will be located in properties eligible for the subclass. Respondent feedback, including from the Canadian Property Tax Association, argued in support of including such businesses in the subclass, maintaining that these businesses face the same risks as non-franchise businesses. This is patently untrue. Anyone who understands the structure of large corporations, especially supranational ones, knows full well they have numerous advantages and ways to mitigate risks not available to small businesses. They are simply not comparable. They truly are in a different class, and due to such gross advantages should be taxed at a greater amount. Clearly, once upon a time, this could be assessed, as the business occupancy tax used to do precisely that, especially on banks, Canada's most profitable corporations decade after decade. While there may be constraints in provincial law to bring back a bot, that doesn't mean City Council cannot advocate for it on behalf of small businesses. The city has estimates on how many residences are rentals, but does the city have any such numbers for commercial properties? My biggest question is whether there was any estimate of how many of those 25,000 businesses are run by property owners. Because without understanding the dynamic of rentiers and tenants, this tax break may only exacerbate the inequality resulting from the wealth and influence of property owners and their increasing power to obtain more rental properties. Without a proper survey of all the businesses inside those 25,000 properties, the city is not doing its due diligence to ensure this tax break will have the intended consequences and could very well worsen what is already a bad situation. Before going any further on implementing this tax break, I ask of City Council to more deeply assess the effect on actual businesses and not just property owners, and to explore options like the business occupancy tax to truly level the playing field between our largest corporations and our Main Street businesses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. I should tell you there will be some motions that I'll be moving to address some of those issues as we proceed along, but I do appreciate your deputation and see if there are any questions for you. I don't see any, so I'll thank you so much for being with us, and we'll move to Adam Roy Cahoon, who I'm told is also on the line. So if you are, you are most welcome here, and you have 5 minutes, up to 5 minutes, and then we'll have some questions perhaps. Please go ahead.
Just to clarify, I think you have me down on the item. Have you guys moved on to the Metrolinx item? I think you have me down the wrong.
Oh, I apologize. Okay.
What item?
Just which item are we having? Which item should we have you down for? Just so I can get that part right.
The Ontario line Metrolinx expropriation.
The next item. Okay. The first Parliament site. Okay. Thank Mr. Cahoon. We will. We'll move your name there, and thank you very much, and apologize for any inconvenience. Okay, so that would be that would complete the deputations that we had listed on this item, and I will move to speakers. Anybody? I don't see anybody visiting with us from outside of council, so we can. Oh, Councillor Bradford, you're here. Do you wish to speak? You're just muted there.
Am I off mute now?
Yes, you're on now.
Okay, I would like to speak. I'm also wondering if there's an opportunity to ask questions.
Oh, sure. Did I skip over that? I did. You're absolutely right. Questions of staff. Good call. Questions of staff. Members wishing to ask questions of staff. And we do have Councillor Bradford. I'll just take a list if there's others. But Councillor Bradford, please go ahead.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I will be brief. Probably over to Casey Brent. Listening to some of the commentary and questions from the previous deputants, wondering if you could explain what a triple net lease is and how many of our Main Street businesses find themselves in a triple net lease.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Bradford, and through you, Mr. Mayor. A triple net lease is a lease where the tenant is responsible to pay rent and pay taxes and pay insurance costs for the rental of the premises. So basically, all of the expenses are borne by the tenant in a triple net lease situation. What that means is if the tenant is responsible to pay the property tax portion directly, then any reduction in the property taxes for that property will serve as a benefit to the tenant. The tenant will see that reduction in taxes because the tenant is responsible for paying those taxes. So only in a case of a gross lease where the tenant simply pays a monthly amount to the landlord and that covers everything, in those cases, the tenant may or may not see the benefit of the tax reduction. In answer to your question, how many businesses are in net leases as opposed to gross leases? We don't have a firm number on that, but our understanding is that a much larger percentage of tenants in Toronto, business tenants, are under net leases. So the benefit would flow through to those tenants in that situation of reduced taxes.
That's my understanding as well. The majority of Main Street businesses are in a triple net lease. Is there a particular reason why that is a more popular form of lease arrangement? Is that something that tenants are looking for? Is that something that landlords push for? Why do we see more triple net leases than a gross lease?
Again, through you, Mr. Mayor, and in answer to the question, whether that, I guess it depends on the type of businesses. If you are a small business, then maybe a gross lease where you have a fixed monthly cost, you know absolutely what that's going to be, and it doesn't vary, works for your business model. In other cases, tenants may find themselves in a net lease situation, better able to control their costs. They do pay the taxes, but they can also put in place their own insurance arrangements and that sort of thing. So it is ultimately a business decision, and it's a decision as to how much risk the landlord is willing to take on. So I can't really comment in detail on that, but it is sort of a decision between landlord and tenant.
Given those variables, is it likely and the opportunity for a triple net lease to reduce risk, particularly on a landlord, is it likely that we would see triple net leases continue for a lot of our Main Street properties?
I think that is our understanding. Our understanding is a lot of the Main Street properties are in net leases. We would expect to see that continue, and especially if tenants in those situations see the benefit of a tax decrease directly, that goes right into their pocketbook. Any savings are their savings as tenants.
Thanks. We've heard from some stakeholders, Tabia, different BIAs, concerns about the inability to pass those savings through or guarantee that those savings would be passed through on a gross lease. What did we look at in terms of staff and stakeholders that we talked to? What options does the municipality have with respect to that smaller proportion of gross leases where we're hoping that those savings are passed through? How did you look at that? What are our options? And what does the review look like going forward?
And we actually addressed this in the staff report. There's a section in there on tenant impacts. We acknowledge that there is no foolproof mechanism provided either through provincial legislation or through the city's bylaw that would compel a property owner to pass through a reduction to a tenant. We certainly hope they do, and the city will be mounting an education and awareness campaign with owners and tenants to make sure that they understand the intent of the program is to help the businesses in their operating costs. And so we would look for their cooperation, but the province has not provided a mechanism that allows us to compel owners to do that. And because property taxes, in essence, are a contract between the city and the property owner, we don't really have a relationship with tenants directly. So we must rely on the landlord in those cases to pass through those benefits.
Thank you very much.
That was your final question. Thanks, Councillor Bradford. We'll be having again a motion that will try to get some more precise advice from our legal and other staff with respect to mechanisms that can address that matter that was just raised. Are there other questions? I see Councillor Wong Tam has joined us. Are you wanting to ask questions of staff, Councillor? Because we're just about to move to members of the committee if you are.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have some questions.
Okay, well, it's your turn, so please go ahead, and you have 5 minutes, 5 minutes, as you know.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor. And through you to staff, with respect to the program not being absolute secure, meaning no guarantees that any type of reduction in property taxes can be passed along to the tenants, especially in a gross lease situation. I'm just very curious to know, like, along with the education campaign, who do you plan to be educating? Is it the property owners? Is there a mechanism that can be done through back of house, through the assessment charges? How can this be done? Can you be more specific? I just want to know that.
Thank you, Councillor Wong Tam, for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. We recognize that the inability to ensure that tax reductions are passed on to tenants in gross lease situations is a shortcoming, and so if you imagine the difficulty in even policing that to find out which tenants are actually complaining about they didn't see the benefit of the tax decrease, and whether the landlords passed on a portion or all or some amount, or some tenants received it, others did not, it becomes a very onerous job to sort of establish where tenants have seen the benefit and where they haven't. So we, rather than create a sort of negative option that we could use, the province has suggested we can remove properties from the program if it's proven that they did not pass through the benefits. That requires us to be the sort of judge and executioner in those cases. And again, the problem is finding that information and finding reliable information. We don't want to turn this into an adversarial process. So we will educate. We will use our strategic communications to develop materials, to put those in the hands of tenants and business owners, indicating that it is the city's intent and the intent of this program to pass on those tax relief savings to tenants, regardless of the lease situation.
Recognizing that you said that you don't want an adversarial situation, however, from some of the experiences I have been informed of, especially from tenants, is that the landlords are very unlikely to pass along any savings. If anything, they're always generally markups as well as but not necessarily the reduction. So I do think that there's a big gaping hole here that we need to address. I want to just ask an additional question with respect to the 15%, and I recognize that it's probably very difficult to land on the right number, but how can you give us a clear rationale on why that is the recommended percentage, as opposed to perhaps 20 or 25 or something different?
Yes, thank you. The provincial regulation actually prescribes that a percentage reduction can be anywhere from 0 to 35%. The staff recommendation in this report is that the tax reduction be 15%. And that was reason. The rationale was a couple of reasons. Firstly, under a graduated tax rate scheme now, if your property is within the $1 million range or slightly less, you get the benefit of about 8% reduction in taxes through the graduated tax rate scheme now. And that amount of benefit you see diminishes as your property goes up in value. But for a property valued at $1 million, you would have received an 8% reduction. This program pays a 15% reduction to the same sized business. So instead of an 8% reduction from your taxes, you're seeing a 15% reduction in your taxes. We also chose the 15% and are recommending the 15% because of the impacts. Whatever we provide in terms of tax relief to the small business class has to be paid for. And in this case, our recommended approach is that the costs of small business relief be funded from within the commercial class. So the more you provide as a benefit to small businesses, the more burden you place on the rest of commercial properties. We held consultation sessions with business stakeholders. We asked them, do you support the small business class? They said yes in very large majority. We also asked them if it had to be paid for from commercial, what level of tax rate increase would you support? And our numbers reflected that 37% of business properties would support a tax increase of 1% or less, and 52% said a tax tax increase of 3% or less. So the 15% number chosen is a good balance that provides a significant amount of protection. You heard both Mr. Kiru and Mr. Miskin say that this was significant relief. So significant amount of tax relief and a modified, modest increase on the rest of commercial properties.
That was, Councillor Wong-Kam, your final question. Thanks very much. Okay, so we now turn to members of the committee who may wish to ask questions on this matter. And I see Councillor McKelvey's hand up. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Do you know the percentage of businesses in the suburbs versus the downtown core that would benefit through this program?
Thank you, Councillor McKelvey. What we're thinking, the recommended criteria identifies areas in the downtown, along the city's avenues, and within the growth centers as identified on the official plan. We understand there are about 25,000 small business properties that will qualify, and about 2/3 of those are located in the downtown, along the avenues, and in the growth centers. So that's about 17,000 out of a total 25,000 small business properties.
Okay, and how have you done the consultation with the small businesses on the eligibility requirements?
In fact, we have consulted extensively in developing the eligibility criteria. We started our consultations internally, meeting with staff of economic development. We met with Tabia representatives from the very beginning, with Mr. Kiro and Mr. Miskin, and we consulted with members of council as well. We consulted with Councillor Bradford, with Councillor Wong Tam, and we held public consultation sessions with business associations, with members of the public. We had a think tank with experts from the field of assessment and taxation. So we held a total of 5 public consultation sessions, and at each of those sessions, we put forward what we had developed in terms of potential eligibility criteria, and we tested the threshold that we were using, the $1 million threshold for CDA, or the $7 million downtown. We tested the thresholds on square footage for lot sizes. So we really did do extensive consultations here to check the soundness of our eligibility criteria.
Okay, you'll hear us kind of say again and again, Scarborough doesn't have a lot of BIAs, so like it's very important to do outreach, not just through BIAs, through the Scarborough. But have you looked at, last question, have you looked at any other considerations other than using the metric of property value? You know, for example, application-based process or other processes, other ways of doing this. So why property value?
So thank you for that. The idea is that downtown, where you have the higher valued properties, we needed a higher CVA value, and we wanted to make sure that the lot sizes were a criteria, because that simply defines how big a property can be. Is it a small business? It's got to be a small business if it sits on a small lot. Outside of the downtown, in areas like Scarborough, we determined that $1 million as the CVA threshold basically took in almost any kind of business that, because of its size, because of its lot size, the total CVA value, as long as it was less than $1 million, we were dealing with a small business. And so we didn't feel the need to be more prescriptive in terms of specifying minimum or maximum lot sizes, or any other criteria. The $1 million threshold simply by itself will capture any business that is a smallish business. And in fact, the mean and median for small businesses outside the downtown core is in fact less than $1 million. The median CVA for those types of businesses are about $750,000.
Did you, are you finished then with your questions, Councillor McKelvey?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks so much. Okay. Other members of the committee wishing to ask questions on this report? Okay. Well then, I'm sorry, Councillor Crawford, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question's going to revolve around strip malls and just how that's impacted in this. What's the definition, Casey, of a strip mall?
Well, a strip mall, typically, I mean, we haven't adopted a definition, but a strip mall is typically a large parcel of land where there are individual tenant units. And a strip mall may or may not have a major anchor tenant like a Loblaws or a Food Basics. So a strip mall is basically a large parcel of land, usually with parking as part of it, and a bunch of individual tenants. We rely on MPAC, who assigns a property code classification to identify what is typically known to be a strip mall.
And I think it's a good definition. I think it also be, known that most strip malls are probably out in the suburbs, just by the orientation of the land out there. Have you done an analysis or any figures on with strip malls, ones that would be two components, ones that are owned by, larger entities, or strip malls where they're all individually owned? I have a couple strip malls out there. The Nob Plaza is one example. That even though it's a large plaza, it is all individually owned. So do you have data or analysis on, and of course that impacts to the what I want to get to is the impact of the savings that these businesses could potentially have. Do you have any analysis on that, how strip malls are defined? Or?
Yeah, so let me clarify that a strip mall, as you suggest, the typical model is the strip mall. The single parcel is owned by a single owner, and everyone within the strip mall is a tenant of that owner. As such, the entire parcel is accessible, and so the assessed value for that parcel includes all of the buildings, the parking lots, the land, etc. And in that case, it is likely the CVA, even in Scarborough, the CVA would likely be greater than $1 million and therefore would likely not qualify. In the case that you mentioned of a strip mall where each of the tenant interests is an ownership-based interest, it is likely that those are separately assessed. And if they are separately assessed and the assessment of each of the individual parcels is less than $1 million, then those tenants, those owners rather in that case, or the tenant, would see the benefit of being included in the small business class.
Okay, but you just mentioned that the majority of strip malls in your definition probably are single owners or one owners. And again, I'm looking just in my area where I have a mix of them. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. And we would have to go back and actually confirm how many strip malls. We can understand the number of strip malls. We would have to then verify whether these are owner occupied or owned as a single parcel, or whether they're individually owned by tenants.
Yeah, and I guess that's really getting into my concerns that my colleague, Councilor McKelvey, was mentioning about where the real benefit will be across the city. And when you're looking at areas like Scarborough, do have predominantly strip malls on main streets and areas that whether or not they will benefit from this. And again, that's, I think, kind of the direction I'm looking at too, is ensuring that there's every opportunity for, all businesses to support. I recognize there's a motion coming from the mayor that will deal with that aspect of strip malls, but I think that's a really important aspect of moving forward. So thank you for your questions.
Thank you. I should mention, if I can, Councillor, I should mention that a lot of the strip malls in Scarborough are located along the avenues and therefore would probably be included because of the higher CVA values. So if you think Kingston Road, Danforth, those are avenues on the city's official plan, and as such, the CVA threshold would be $7 million. And so they very well likely may be included within the small business.
But we still have the issue of the pass down that we still have to figure out.
Right. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Great.
Okay. Other questions of staff or members of the committee? Councillor Ainsley.
Yeah. Thank you. Through you, Mayor Tory. Mr. Brendan, I was just wondering, instead of doing this as a tax class, would it be easier to give the businesses a rebate directly? So we're sure they see the money instead of it trickling through their landlord or the actual property?
If you can imagine the rebate, the city would have to define a rebate program to provide that relief. The funding for a rebate program would have to come from somewhere. It would have to be an identified funding source if we're providing rebates. You could require tenants to submit an application and claim they're a small business and provide documentation. That would be an extremely onerous and administratively top-heavy process to receive and approve on an annual basis applications from owners. It may allow you to put funds, tax relief directly in the hands of tenants. But it would still require that tenants and landlords submit information as to their tax obligations. We didn't look very hard at an application-based program simply because we have the opportunity to do this through the tax base. The funding source is sort of implicit in the taxes, the property taxes that are paid by the commercial class. And you couldn't be sure, even in an application-based program, that you were actually directing the tax relief to where it is. Where we've had other programs, the vacancy rebate program, the charity rebate program, we find that we certainly don't get 100% participation. It is those people who decide they want to apply and make the application, but a lot of people simply leave that money on the table. So this way, the tax relief is directed to the property. And again, we entrust the landlords and the owners to pass that through.
Right. So, yeah, and I guess that's my big concern, because whether you have a charter bank or a franchise or a taco shop in a strip plaza, the property owner is really seeing a tax cut, and then it's more or less an honor system to get it to the individual businesses. Correct.
Right. That is the case because in property taxes, we only deal with the property owner.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. Those are my questions, Mayor Tory.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Are there other members of the committee wishing to ask questions of staff? Okay. Then if there are none, we can move to speakers.
Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry. Who do I am here? There we are. Deputy Mayor Thompson. Sorry, I didn't see you weren't there, I don't think, but now you are.
No.
And so please go ahead.
No problem. Thank you very much. Through you to Mr. Brendan. So Mr. Brendan, is it a 0.85% increase or is it a 1% increase?
It is a 0.85% increase on the balance of commercial properties, less than 1%.
Right. And in the report, it indicated that the business community had expressed a strong support to look at the funding of the subclass for against all classes. You've made a decision because residential properties and multi-residential classes are not included in this. Is that correct? You made a decision that it would simply be to large businesses.
Correct.
Right. And can I ask why?
The reason why is that if this the regulations and the legislation actually allows the municipality to determine how the small business class is funded. They could simply do with reduced revenue and therefore treat it as an expenditure. They can pass on the tax increase to pay for this tax relief across all classes, or it can be funded within the class. when we, and you'll see that this is set out in the report, and it identifies that if it was passed on, this is table 1 of the report, and it says, if it was funded across all classes, you see the largest percentage there would be a residential tax class increase. So with that tax class increase, that is an increase for residential properties going into 2022 in a COVID-related year, where we know there are going to be COVID-related impacts. You've got cost of living increases. So you've already committed 0.66% increase on the residential class before you even look at your budget for next year. We felt that that was not something that we would be prepared to put forward. And we did get support. I mean, the support was split in the business community as to whether it should be funded within the class or across all classes. What we determined is that with a 15% reduction in the tax rate, the impacts to the balance of commercial were less than 1%, and we sought and received the support of the larger business communities to shoulder that burden.
Just for the record, Mr. Brennan, I totally agree with you. I just wanted to ensure that you had an opportunity to explain yourself, because I think that it's quite prudent in terms of the approach. So thank you. Those are my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson. And let's then see if there are people wishing to speak to this item. We have about 15 minutes left before we break, and so we can get to some people. And we have some of our councillors meeting with us today who both indicate they want to speak. So I'll start with Councillor Bradford, whose hand was up first, and then Councillor Wong-Tam. Councillor Bradford, please go ahead.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for our deputy mayors here and my council colleagues. You've really all been incredible advocates for small business on council. That work predates the pandemic significantly, all the many years of folks who've been here working hard to serve our small businesses across the city. So I'm here to share my words of support for this important body of work moving forward. And as I do that, I of course want to acknowledge and give special thanks to John Carew, the Executive Director of the Toronto Association of BIAs, who we heard from earlier today, and all of the BIA partners, the 85 different BIAs across this big city, the business owners who have been excellent leaders, collaborators, and advocate for small business over the course of the pandemic. You know, the property taxes that are paid by small business, this has always been a strain for our entrepreneurs in the city, and that strain existed before the pandemic. And what's most exciting about today's report is not only did it come together at speed to tackle these financial burdens in a global pandemic setting, but we're actually using this time and this moment as an opportunity to really reshape the financial policy from a tax perspective here in the city of Toronto as it relates to small businesses. Over the course of the pandemic, I've been able to work closely with our small business sector as part of the Mayor's Economic Task Force. That meant that we were having conversations with those 85 BIAs from across our city every Tuesday for more than a year. And while we originally focused on the immediate pressing needs of businesses facing lockdowns, consumed with the commercial moratorium on evictions, ensuring that we had employee wage subsidies and supports, as we moved through the pandemic, we really started to shift our focus on those systemic issues facing small businesses. And largely a lot of that conversation focused on this work and the property tax assessment system. You will hear that this work has had starts and stops over the past 2 decades, 21 years specifically. And today we're at a milestone where we're making real progress. Mom and pop shops are certainly not the same as big box. They are not the same as big commercial businesses, and we need a tax rate that reflects that difference. The report today, which outlines up to a 15% tax reduction for small businesses across Toronto, it is coming at a critical time. In addition to being a lifeline right now, this will be a lasting transformation intended to help businesses level the playing field going forward. They've faced a disproportionate burden on main streets during the pandemic, and measures like these actually reflect a really substantive effort to build back strong main streets on the road to recovery ahead. I know that it's sort of hard to get wound up and excited about property tax subclasses, but this is real work, and this is going to make a big difference for folks. So it's a new framework. It's been a long time coming. There's definitely more work for us to do. But as you'll see with the mayor's motions that are coming here, we are committed to doing that work. We're committed to working collaboratively with the small business community and building on this program going forward. So thanks again to all the BIAs, Revenue Services, Casey and his team, Louis in the mayor's office, and of course our mayor and colleagues here who have been doing all of the detailed work to bring us to this moment and exciting.
Thank you, Councillor Bradford. Could I just see from a show of hands how many are wanting to speak, just because we're approaching the lunch break and I have, there's Councillor Wong Tam. Anybody else that wants to speak on this? Councillor Crawford? Okay. I think what I'll do then, well, I'm going to turn the chair over shortly. I have to go to an event to make a few remarks just over the lunch break, and I have to leave 5 minutes early. And I'll ask Councillor Menon Wong to take the chair, but we'll get Councillor Wong Tam to speak first. And I think by the time she finishes and Councillor Crawford speaks, that'll take us to the lunch break, and I can speak and introduce the motion I have, because it's about my motion as well. It's one that I think is addressing a number of the things that have been raised during the question period. So, Councillor Wong Tam, over to you, and I'll ask you, Councillor Deputy Mayor Menon Wong, if you would take the chair for the last few minutes before the lunch break, and I'll be back in time for the resumption at 1:30. Is that okay with you, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Wong Tam, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the committee members for the opportunity to speak. I want to just also extend my thanks to the incredible work that city staff have undertaken to get us to this point. I also recognize that this is not an easy file. It certainly had one that had many different opinions coming forward. But I also think that, you know, it's absolutely critical and important. We've all spoken about the need to support small businesses and the need for Main Street recovery. This is especially the case, as many of you know, I've spoken about it extensively, about the downtown core. When Councillor Cole and I moved a motion back in February 2021 asking city staff to accelerate the work on developing the small business subclass, it was literally on the heels of Minister at that point in time, Phillips, who was the Minister of Finance at the province, who opened the door to creating the small business subclass. And so I want to thank the provincial government, because this is not just work that's being done by the city, but the province actually enabled this body of work to go forward. And I think that we've seen that municipalities across Ontario are trying to do the very best they can to support their local businesses and their small businesses. And I just want to acknowledge that it wouldn't have been possible without the advocacy of Minister Phillips before his departure as the Minister of Finance. I want to take us back just a little bit to reflect on how we got here. Certainly the provincial government had their hands, and we certainly are now, we've got the file in front of us. But, going back to 1998, the province adopted a whole new approach to evaluating properties, current value assessment, and was the model of basically placing a valuation to properties every 4 years. We have to stretch out those valuations and to administer taxes every single year as cities. When CVA came to Ontario, it really, I think, in many ways sent shockwaves on one hand, largely because we as a city and many urban cities are facing the same thing through wild speculation. And so the land speculators were buying up large parcels of downtown Toronto, and pretty soon you had little small businesses that were sitting on main streets adjacent to large assembled lands that were being assessed as almost development sites. And so for that entire time, we've seen businesses really struggle largely because of tax speculations and the land speculators. And we have never been able to really get in front of it beyond, implementing some basic 10% capping. And we did that for a number of years. And I know that, Deputy Mayor Thompson was certainly an advocate, and we try to wrestle this issue various times through the Economic Development Committee, but never quite got there. So this structural fix that is now before us in terms of real tax reform is finally going to get us some actual tax relief. And I just want to acknowledge how difficult this journey has been, especially for the small businesses. Many I've spoken to in my community about seeing the wild CVA speculations through highest and best use for literally almost 2.5 decades. and it has destabilized many. And if anything, it actually has already taken a number of small businesses down pre-pandemic, and certainly for those who didn't make it, it is with some significant regret. For those who are still hanging on, who have said to me that perhaps our supports haven't been enough, they haven't come fast enough or have been broad enough. I want to say that this represents thousands of dollars of new savings in taxes and property taxes, which I hope will fast materialize in the 2022 budget, so we can get the money back into the shops, because I know that those business owners will have to reinvest back into their businesses in order for them to build back better. So this has really been a whole of government approach, and I want to thank the mayor. Thank everyone at the executive committee, because I know this is an issue that you care very deeply about, and I look forward to supporting the mayor's recommendations and amendments at council, and I hope that we can have a unanimous vote there, as we will have one hopefully today as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I too, I want to thank the staff for the incredible work that they have been doing. This is a very complex proposal and set of recommendations that have come before us. Lots of conversations. I've had the pleasure of working, with the mayor, working with Deputy Mayor Thompson, Councillor Bradford, and many others. Not only that, but talking to a number of the businesses out in my area. And supporting tax relief in small businesses, this is the right thing that we should be doing. I also, too, as the Councillor Wong-Tam mentioned, want to thank the provincial government and then Minister Phillips for beginning this process and allowing municipalities the opportunity to look forward or look at small business tax subclass. And we were, as John Crew mentioned, one of two municipalities that have taken this up. And I think this was the right thing to do. Recognizing the complexity of this, recognizing the challenges, as John also said, this is a good first step, but more work has to be done. And this is the first step, I think, especially when we're looking at coming out of the pandemic and COVID. And we have all seen the challenges that small businesses have had, mom and pop shops all over the city, large and small. And I think from our perspective as a municipality, we don't always have the ability, like the other two levels of government, to provide direct support to a lot of businesses. But I think this is our opportunity as a municipality to say, listen, we understand the challenges that small businesses are having, and this is our opportunity through this to be able to provide some really substantial savings on the property tax side to many, many, if not thousands of businesses all across the city. But as has been pointed out in some of the questions, and even some of the deputations, there are some challenges that we'll be facing on this. And I know the mayor will be doing a motion. I fully support that motion. And it really starts looking at, how do we benefit? How do we ensure that more businesses can benefit? And it really gets down to, primarily from my perspective, looking at being a representative of Scarborough, and how we can ensure that Scarborough businesses do have that opportunity. And whether you're on an avenue or not, I think it's important that they have every opportunity. And the challenge, of course, is the pass down from landowners to the tenants. I think that is a challenge that's been faced that staff have suggested. It's not easy, but I'm hoping through education, I'm hoping through even other conversations with the province that we can look at that and ensure that every business that is working, whether you're a tenant or an owner, you have that opportunity. And the other, of course, is when you're looking at the motion that the mayor will be bringing forward about strip malls and the impact. I do know in the area that I represent, there are a lot of strip malls, and I think that's probably the majority when you're looking at small business out in our area. And a number of them are individually owned and assessed, but there are some that are collectively owned by one or two or one larger corporation. And I want to ensure that every opportunity is made to ensure that those kind of businesses, whether you're in a strip mall, you own a coffee shop, or whatever it is, that you have that opportunity. And I think as we move forward, we're going to change and work at this. But my goal is to ensure that every business, small business in Scarborough, my ward, has an opportunity to succeed. Again, I want to thank everybody who has put input into this, because it was a lot of work. And again, I will be supporting the mayor's motions when they come after lunch. And thank you, everybody, for your work.
Great. Any further speakers before we break for lunch and hear from the mayor? Hearing none, we're adjourned till 1:30. Thank you, everyone.
So when you're ready, I think we can resume. Good afternoon, colleagues and ladies and gentlemen who might be watching. We'll resume the meeting now at 1:35, and I'll resume the chair. And I believe, Deputy Mayor, with thanks for your filling in while I was gone, that it was left. I'll just see if there are any more speakers on the small business tax item, 27.7, on the committee. No? Well, then it was left to me to speak, I think, and then we can move to deal with various things. And I have a motion, which I'll ask if the clerk would put it up, and I'll start the clock here. I'll talk about the motion, but it actually addresses a number of things that a number of colleagues and some of the deputies have spoken to with respect to the need to take a look at this. As much care that was taken in putting this together so that we could move on with doing this in 2022, which I think was important that we should. There are some questions that require further examination, and I think the purpose of this motion is to ask the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer to look at areas we could add. For example, look at other data from the first year of the operation of the subclass, the small business subclass. Look at making sure that we're not placing an undue burden on other commercial properties. And I think, I won't say most importantly, but very importantly, in looking at number 3 in this motion, to look at whether there is a feasibility under the law and in practical terms of developing some kind of mechanism pursuant to which we can make sure that it is the small business tenants in cases where they are tenants as opposed to owners that see the benefit of this, because that is the intention. The intention is to make sure that we benefit small business and help them after a terrible period of struggle that they've had. And if there are not mechanisms that could be implemented at the city level, to look at what changes in provincial law might be necessary. And I've asked for that report to be put in front of us not later than the end of the first quarter in 2022. I will just say, first of all, thank you to the staff because they did, I've used the expression during the pandemic of wartime speed, that we got certain things done, and because we had to. And I think in this case, it could be argued that the creation of a new tax class to recognize small business and to give them some kind of a break relative to others, could have waited. But I think it turned out to be very timely that we should get this work done and get this introduced for 2022. And I think we've done it in the usual way, where we've been thorough about it, we've been consultative about it, we have been collaborative about it. And I want to say that the larger business community has been very reasonable in our discussions with them about the reallocation, as it were, of this taxing obligation to them. It's a modest tax increase for them, but I realize any tax increase for anybody, and there are people out there who don't really understand this, who advocate all the time that we should just be raising taxes kind of through the roof. And I have understood keenly throughout my time here and before that you can't just raise taxes through the roof. You're dealing with businesses, you're dealing with people, and they don't have an infinite ability to pay, especially in circumstances like this. This will be of benefit, as we heard today during the answers to the questions, to thousands upon thousands of small businesses, many of which were very hard hit by the pandemic. And when people ask, well, what can and what is the City of Toronto doing to help small businesses, I can point to 2 items on our agenda alone today, just today, which is the CaféTO, which will be extended into next year and ultimately made permanent. And I think that's of great benefit to a number of small businesses, and the small business tax class creation, which is going to be of benefit to thousands of businesses. And these are not insignificant supports. And I think if you add that to the many, many other things that we're doing, including things like our Digital Main Street program that has helped during the pandemic and before thousands upon thousands of businesses to get online and to, even when they were closed, be able to at least have the opportunity to do some business online, both with people who live in Toronto, their regular customers, and frankly, once you get on the internet, with people who live all over North America or all over the world. And I think that is the kind of job that the city government can do, given the resources that we have or don't have, and given the powers to do certain things that we either have or don't have. And so I'm very proud of the efforts made by our Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer and all of her team I'm proud of the collaboration we've had with the BIAs and the small business community in coming up with this. I'm proud of the efforts that have been made by people like Deputy Mayor Thompson and Councillor Bradford and others who have worked hard to make sure we try and get this as right as possible. And I suppose a concluding thought that the reason that this motion asks our staff to look at so many of the things undoubtedly they looked at in coming up with this policy is because we are first or second in all of Ontario in taking advantage of this. We left no stone unturned and we left no time to waste in getting this into place so that people could start to get the benefit. But sometimes when you do that, it is wise, as I think it is here, for us to look at these measures and have a chance to look at them as we implement the policy so that we can find ways to make it even better and hopefully have it even applied to more people in more places, perhaps subject to different thresholds. And in particular, for us to address the question, which I think is very important, that we can have some stronger mechanisms to ensure that the people we intend to benefit from this are wonderful, persistent, determined, courageous, entrepreneurial, inventive small business community can get this benefit that we wanted to make available to them. And one last thanks, I should say, which is to the Government of Ontario for making this possible. It took a long time for it to get done, but it got done thanks to Rod Phillips and his successor, Peter Bethenfalvey, who've done something that I think is going to be very good for small business and good for a recovery that makes sure Toronto comes back stronger than ever. Thank you very much. I think we just have the one motion then, is that right, Madam Clerk? Okay. Well then, what I will do is, there could be questions of the mover. I want to make sure I don't pass by that opportunity. I think it covered a lot of things that you all spoke about. I hope so. I'll just wait till the screen comes back up so I can see anybody there that has a question or a comment beyond this. Okay, well, hearing none, what I will do then is call the question on the motion that I put to ask our staff to do various things to sort of follow up and see if we can improve upon the policy. I'll call for all those in favor. Opposed? Carried. And on the item as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. EX 27.8, the first Parliament site and expropriation of city-owned lands by Metrolinx for transit purposes. We have 5 deputants on this item, and so we'll move straight to hearing from them. And the first deputant is Cynthia Wilkie from the West Don Lands Committee. Ms. Wilkie, you're most welcome as always, and you have 5 minutes or up to 5 minutes, and there may be some questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm assuming you can hear me.
Yes, I think we can. Yes, we can.
Okay. Before I begin, just a practical question or suggestion. I am also registered as a speaker for the next item, the First Parliament Site Master Plan. And with your agreement, I would like to address both items as they are intimately related in this deputation. And it's possible that I might run slightly over 5 minutes to do that, but that would take care of both.
How could I not accept that offer, Cynthia? In that if you're more than 5 but less than 10, we get some time back that we need for the committee's deliberations. So you please go ahead, and we'll assume you're referring to both, and I'll watch the clock, but only if you get towards 10.
Okay, well, I won't get there.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. And thank you, Mayor Tory and members of the committee for the opportunity to speak to these 2 important items. I'm here on behalf of the West Don Lands Committee, a coalition of community-based resident, business, service, environmental, and heritage organizations representing more than 40,000 residents and hundreds of businesses and services surrounding the First Parliament site and the proposed Corktown station. Many of our members have been actively involved for over 20 years in the process of bringing the First Parliament site into public ownership and developing a plan for interpretation and commemoration of the many layers of history that the site represents. I'm getting a lot of feedback. Is that coming? I hope it's not coming from me, but anyway, I'll continue. After this long journey, we are very pleased to finally see the First Parliament Master Plan come before you and to add our coalition's unconditional support for the staff recommendations. We hope that there is no question on the part of this committee that endorsement of the master plan could be recommended to council. The moment, though, is an undeniably bittersweet one for our communities. In January, as you well know, just as the master planning process was in the final stages, news of the provincial intention to expropriate through the future of the First Parliament site and the master plan into question. In the spring, Infrastructure Ontario submitted an aggressive development proposal for the site, a proposal that would obliterate the already zoned parkland and allow for only a trivial commemorative space. We saw this proposal as entirely inconsistent with the city's intention to create a civic and commemorative amenity. The response of our community has run the gamut of shock, anger, outrage, concern, investigation, analysis, and finally, proposition and some measure of optimism. Through the diligent and creative work of city staff, the support of our local councillors, and proactive input from community participants in the city's First Parliament Working Group and Infrastructure Ontario's Local Advisory Committee, strategies for restoring the commemorative space and parkland are finally emerging. And what has that got to do with the second item, or the first item, 27.8, the motion on the expropriation? Well, simply put, the implementation of those strategies may affect or may need to draw on the proceeds from the expropriation of the First Parliament site. For that reason, we are concerned about the answer to one of the questions posed by councillors Wong-Tam and Cressy. Specifically, the question discussed on pages 10 to 12 of the background report that asks how compensation from the expropriation can be returned back to the local community. In answer to the question, staff have advised that under the current policy, the proceeds would be directed to the Land Acquisition Reserve Fund. We heard a lot about that this morning, for capital expenditure decision-making on a citywide basis. Given the unique history of this site, we believe that a modified treatment of the proceeds from the expropriation should be found for the following reasons. This is not a disposition of surplus city land. It is expropriation of land that was purposefully assembled over many years at significant cost. The First Parliament lands were acquired to create a civic and commemorative value for the city. They were never intended to be revenue producing. The value to the city of the First Parliament site lies in the opportunity to meet the civic and commemorative priorities identified in the First Parliament Master Plan, including the creation of commemorative space and a dedicated interpretive center, the development of the already zoned and desperately needed public parkland, and recognition of the commitment to Toronto Public Library for accommodation of a new regional library. In addition, the value of this site would normally include the opportunity to consider the use of city-owned land to advance priorities in other areas, such as the provision of affordable housing and hosting of other community services. We have noted with appreciation the June 10th letter from the Deputy Manager to Metrolinx and Infrastructure Ontario, reinforcing these same priorities and expectations. As negotiations with Metrolinx and Infrastructure Ontario evolve, it is crucial that the staff have a clear direction from Council that proceeds from proceeds from the expropriation can and will be available and prioritized if needed to achieve the already identified site-specific city priorities for the First Parliament site. Failure to do so risks undermining more than 20 years of advocacy and policy development on the part of the city and community members. So in closing, I want to thank all city staff and our two councillors, Cressy and Wong-Tam, for working hard to protect the city and community interests for this site. And I thank you very much for your attention to our request.
I'll just say, Cynthia, that you honored that deal absolutely to the letter and better. So thank you very much. That's I knew I could deal with you in that regard. So thank you so much. I'm sure there'll be some questions.
My pleasure.
You'll get some more time anyway. Are there questions of Ms. Wilkie? Councillor Wong-Tam?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor, and through you to the speaker. With respect to the city-led working group, There have been some alternative proposals that have been developed both by the community as well as city planning. Can you share with the committee what that massing could look like? Does it remove any density from the province's proposal? How does it better align with city building initiatives and strategies, including creating great promenades and streets, affordable housing, and what have you? If you feel like you can elaborate on that, I think the committee would benefit from your experience and observations there.
Oh, thank you very much, Councillor. Yes, so I think this process started with the community members of the working group who are also part of the Infrastructure Ontario a local advisory committee. We took a look at the situation and we thought there must be a way to address the way in which the proposal from Infrastructure Ontario took up most of the footprint of the first Parliament site. So we did some modeling. We looked at how you might reallocate the density to free up the land that was zoned as parkland and free up some additional public realm to create commemorative space, to create the kind of great street that Parliament Street is supposed to be, to create a good frontage, a better frontage along Front Street. And working with that, we were encouraged by IO to look at what impact that might have on the overall density and the overall, kind of value of the land. And I think we were able to make a compelling argument that there could be, without a significant compromise of the overall density, ways of achieving both the open space that the community needs and is expecting, and that the city has zoned, and a very significant level of development on the site. And the city staff, we had presented that to the city and to Infrastructure Ontario, and city staff in the Transit Expansion Office have run with that and done some modeling and some very, very creative kind of reorganization of the density on both the sites. So these are combined sites, the first Parliament site and the site that the Courttown Station will sit on as well, and have created. So the city, looking at both of those, have brought, I think, the proposed density and development into a form that is more in line with city policy, that achieves what we had looked for on the first Parliament site, and also is more sensitive to surrounding neighborhoods like this, fine-grained character of Courttown. Anyway, it's hard to describe without having the proposals, actually, the modeling in front of you. That has gone to Infrastructure Ontario, but one of the significant elements of it, in both in the modeling that the community did and what the city has done, there is a reduction in the intensity of the development, but not a very significant one. We're looking at something that is in the neighborhood of a 20% or maybe 25% reduction in the overall density, with very significant gains at the pedestrian and park green space levels. So that is what's in play at the moment, and we know that Infrastructure Ontario has committed to coming back with revised designs, I think, by the end of November. At the moment, I don't think we have any specific response to the work that the city has done.
Cindy, thank you. That was a very full answer, and I think I wanted to make sure that the committee learned that number one is that alternative massings was being produced, and that we're working collaboratively with IO to ensure that they can achieve an outcome that they want, and so can the city. So therefore, it becomes a stronger partnership on all sides, including with the community. So thank you for that.
Other questions of this deputant? Ms. Wilkie, thanks again for both for your deputations. I'll call it 2 in 1, and for your offer to do it in a more efficient manner. We appreciate that very much. Next, we have, do we have Diana Belshaw available? And Ms. Belshaw, I'm quite happy to make the same offer, but you can do whatever you wish. If you're scheduled to depute on both of these two items, and you can do it separately or together, it's entirely in your hands.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. I hope everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can now, I think. I think everybody's going to nod. Yes, we can. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Yes, I will also follow my neighbor Cindy Wilkie in doing the same, because I think the two motions are inextricably linked.
Okay.
I'm here on behalf of, so I will take that opportunity.
Thank you.
I'm here on behalf of the Goodremond Worts Neighborhood Association, which is one of the foundational members of the West Don Lands Committee. We represent over 2,000 residents and growing by the year in and around the Distillery District National Historic Site. We have a well-established commitment to the preservation and celebration of the historic landscape in which we live, but also to the development of the vital neighborhood around us. We have been involved with the city in the development of the first Parliament Master Plan for almost 20 years. Recently, our representatives have been part of the First Parliament Working Group convened by Councillor Wong Tam, as well as Infrastructure Ontario's Local Advisory Committee. I'm sorry, I'm also hearing noise. I don't know if it's possible to deal with that. Thank you so much. For the Corktown Station sites. We have a very particular and very personal investment in the development of the site. It's an integral part of our neighborhood. So we are urging the Executive Committee of the City of Toronto to endorse the motion to approve the first Parliament Master Plan as proposed by staff. We, the community surrounding this site, has invested years of work in the development of the vision that you see before you. It's one of the few remaining sites in the city that will allow us to acknowledge the foundational presence of the Indigenous treaty holders of the land, the development of our democratic systems of government, and the ongoing social and industrial development of the city, and all on one site. The layers of this kind of history cannot be overestimated, either as a civic asset or as certainly down the road as a source of tourism potential and economic development. We've seen a lot of expropriations, MZOs, and land tribunal decisions undermining the capacity of our community to develop a livable neighborhood. We are a neighborhood, and we need to be able to live here with the kinds of support systems and civic benefits that other neighborhoods also have. We have an unchecked growth intensity around us, and recently we are losing both heritage and green space. Again, in this case, the city is threatening a site that is of enormous significance. By approving the master plan, we will have a roadmap with the full weight of council behind it that will guide negotiations as we move forward with the province in the immediate future. That is essential as we do that. As Cindy has said, we are in the process of negotiations surrounding the expropriation of this first Parliament site. And those negotiations, we believe, need to be done within the context of the first Parliament Master Plan. As you consider the staff report on expropriations, I am going to assume that you will support us in moving the first Parliament Master Plan forward with your full support. But we now need to talk a bit about how that plays into the expropriation part of the conversation. We understand that the province is going to move forward. As you've heard, we have been working very hard with Infrastructure Ontario and the city, and thank you so much to the city staff who have supported this, to develop proposals that would allow for some of the development that the province is looking for, but also protect the priorities of the community around it. This site is not like most sites which are expropriated. It is not and never has been, or it certainly hasn't been for the last 20 years, surplus. This parcel of land was assembled carefully and slowly by the City of Toronto in order to create a heritage and commemorative civic space. The Toronto Public Library surrendered land it owned outright in order to assist in the assembly of this site and to provide space for a regional public library. The purpose of this land acquisition was very specific. It was never intended to be revenue producing, but rather to provide an exceptional space for a community lacking in green space to commemorate our collective history on a site that links to, expands, and reflects the existing heritage in this part of the city, and to provide much, much needed community benefits, such as a regional library, an interpretive center, affordable housing, and other cultural resources. In light of this motion before you regarding expropriation and the disbursement of funds from that expropriation, should it take place, we ask City Council to ensure that the investment by our community in this property is not dissipated. We ask that revenues be returned to the civic developments long awaited by the community: parkland, the library, the interpretive center. We ask that the proceeds of this sale not simply be returned to a central pool, but they are earmarked specifically for the civic development of this site. This is something that we hope that you will be able to do on our behalf. We ask you also, please, on our behalf, to direct city staff to express as strongly as possible to the province through this master plan that the citizens of our city regret the loss of this site. And we ask you to empower city staff to negotiate on our behalf to return as much of the land as possible for civic use. This is something that we place in your hands as a trust, as we have attempted to do to the site for the last 20 years. Thank you so much for your time.
And thank you for your time, Ms. Belshaw, and for also doing it in a way that was helped with the efficiency of our meeting, but still allowed you to talk about both of these items. So we appreciate that very much. Questions of the deputy? I don't see any. I'll just tell you, we're with Councillor Wong Tam and everybody else here, we're making a real effort. We operate within some constraints with respect to our powers and authorities, if I can call it that, relative to the province. But we're on this, and I think you can see that from the work that's in front of us today and going forward to council. So I thank you very much for being with us. Lance Alexander is next, and Lance Alexander is on the phone. On the line. Lance Alexander, are you amenable to, it's entirely up to you as to whether you wish to address both items taken together or whether you want to do them two separately. We could do it either way. What's your wish?
Well, I think we should combine them.
Okay. Well, you go ahead, and I will not then stop you at 5 minutes. I'll let you go up to 10, and if you can save us a little bit of time, but because you're dealing with both at once, that's up to you. But off you go, and thanks so much for being here.
Okay, thank you. I've had a lot of involvement in the past with the site and with the area in general. I was the community planner for several years for the King Parliament area, and I also did planning in the downtown generally. I'm glad to see, first of all, that city staff were having serious discussions with IO and Metrolinx, and I just want to thank them for that. I can, based on my own experience, it's very difficult sometimes dealing with senior levels of government. So I thank everybody for their effort. And I understand, this is an unusual situation where you have a site that other people have called as correct, that is, frankly, in my opinion, of national significance. A lot of effort was put into assembling land for a purpose of making civic space that commemorated the history and heritage of our country. We did land assemblies. there was a master planning process that went on for 20 years. So this has a deep and rich history from a planning perspective. So first of all, I would encourage you to endorse and pass the master plan that's been put before you, as it's a product of a lot of work and a lot of consultation. I have a couple of more questions or unanswered questions that I think, need to be thought about. The first one is the amount of the payment, the first tranche payment for the land. And I think, and I know you're dealing with this in camera, but I think it's important to be careful about how much, what percentage of the value of the estimated value of the land that you pass over initially in terms of a payment. Simply because you're still in the middle of discussions around the built form, the total amount of floor area, the uses, that kind of thing on the site, and that will ultimately affect the overall value of the land. So just a word of caution on that. My advice would be to be conservative on the initial payment. The second thing I want to raise is, you don't have access to traditional planning mechanisms here to secure agreements and things like that. There's no Section 37 process. There's not a rezoning. It's not even clear whether they'll go through site plan approval. So I'm just curious, given its expropriation, what mechanisms does the city have to secure the necessary agreements or commitments from the province to abide by whatever is negotiated? And related to that is, maybe this is a legal question, is if there's no agreement at the end of the day, what are the city's remedies, or is there any remedy that the city has to both ensure that the site is interpreted correctly from a heritage perspective, and that the built form and density and just configuration of the site in terms of new development does not create any kind of undue precedent in terms of planning? Because, frankly, it's still a fast-growing area of the city. There's going to be more development in the area. And if there's a significant built form precedent on the site, it's going to affect other future applications. What else do I have to say? Yeah, the other thing is, I think it's important to ensure that not only is the exterior space, public space of the site, commemorated appropriately, but I really do think, given the significance of the site historically, there is a need for a heritage interpretation center somewhere on the site. And frankly, the best spot for it is on Front Street, where there's a high visibility and high level of activity. And frankly, historically, that was the Waterfront, the southernmost street in the city of Toronto. Everything south of that is Lakeville. So I just encourage you in your negotiations to make sure that provision is made for some level of indoor site interpretation in addition to the outdoor interpretation. My final comment is, this isn't going to be the first, this is the first, but it's not going to be the last discussion about expropriation of properties in the city of Toronto regarding transit. And so the outcome of this really, and the way it's done, hopefully can be done cooperatively, but it really sets a tone for future discussions with IO and Metrolinx over other sites in the city, all the way along the proposed transit line. And as we know, virtually every station that's developed will probably involve development rights being discussed and probably some level of expropriation. And that's basically all I have to say today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alexander. Are there questions for this deputy? Okay, we thank you very much for your deputation on those two items. We appreciate that. That brings us next to Adam Roy Cahoon, who we mistakenly put in an earlier item, and he in fact wanted to be registered for these two, 27.8 and 27.9. Mr. Cahoon, I offered the same option to you as you wish to address both of these at the same time because you're down for both, or separately. It's entirely up to you, but you're now officially here on 27.8 and you have 5 minutes. If you want to take longer and address both, you can do that too.
I will do that. I will just wait for the things to be reset, and I will let the technical guy turn the gremlin off. I know it's Halloween, but I don't need to hear the echoey gremlin. Thanks. My deputation is a slightly different. I was actually almost shocked, surprised, and I'm a little bit anxious about the future because of the fact that with that limited pathway between Berkeley and Parliament, and you guys have already put the bike lanes on Mill Street and the Esplanade from Bayview to Sherburne, but with no bikeway provision probably ready, or I don't know the timeline. I'm worried come next spring, so probably about 4 or 5 months from now, there are going to be a lot of cyclists that are going to try and use that pedestrian pathway, even though the studies have said there's not enough room, and there were wonderful diagrams that were probably wonderfully made before the city or the province intervened and said, okay, we're expropriating this for the first Parliament site right to that fan. I am worried about having conflicts with cyclists. They're not gonna care about the politics of why they don't actually have bike lane and that they're not supposed to bike through. They're not gonna easily get off their bike. They're gonna want to cycle through there and stuff. And if for the few people that actually don't know, I use a power wheelchair, so I can't go off into the tree or cut through the soccer field because I am limited on where I can go. So my concern is what is going to be looked after till you guys can get the bike lanes in, or what is going to happen, because I don't want a situation where there's this narrow thing and it's and everybody is just blaming the other level of government, and still I use that to commute to do my shopping and stuff, and God knows what the way the changes will be once the construction road gets going along Front and King Street at the other Metrolinx project. I don't know if I'll be able to use those to get around either. So I really do need that little Parliament Square pedestrian walkway to be clear and safe from me to you. Thank you very much. And the last thing I do want to say is I do support all the previous speakers on the issues when it comes to the Metrolinx.
Thank you, Mr. Cahoon, very much. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, well, we appreciate your patience and your comments today very much. The last deputant on 27.8, although like everybody else, he's welcome to comment, I guess, on 27.9 as well, since we've been doing that, is Stuart Linton from the St. Lawrence Neighborhood Association, who's on the line. Mr. Linton, welcome. You have 5 minutes, and we'll give you a little latitude on that if you want to make a comment or two, although you weren't registered for 27.9, but please go ahead.
Thank you. Just a quick sound check.
We can hear you, I think. Everybody seems to be hearing you fine, including here. Yep.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the Executive Committee, councillors, city staff, and guests. As mentioned, I'm Stuart Linton, and I'm president of the St. Lawrence Neighborhood Association. To orient you, the St. Lawrence neighborhood extends from Yonge Street to Parliament and from Queen Street south to the rail corridor. It's home to over 30,000 residents, a number which continues to grow with new residential buildings both under construction and approved. Both the First Parliament site and the North site are very much a part of our neighborhood. I want to say at the start, as others have already, that the community is generally aligned with the city in its efforts to ensure that the TOC development on the First Parliament site is exceptional, a robust, workable, and respectful benchmark community, one of which we can all be proud. In particular, we are very supportive of the more recent massing concepts from the planning and urban design pros in the Transit Expansion Office, which have been developed since and are therefore not included in the staff report, and which Ms. Wilkie explained in a little more detail a few moments ago. I'd like to make 3 brief but important qualifying points on behalf of the community. 2 concern community benefit priorities, and the 3rd, the use of the proceeds of the expropriation of the First Parliament properties. The city has a long and ambitious list of community benefits priorities for the site. First among them is a parkland dedication at the south end. Of note, this would roughly equate to the 44 Parliament Street parcel, which has been designated to be parkland by the city since 2017. For the community, that is the highest order priority for the First Parliament site, securing the maximum amount of open space in the form of parkland. We do not support trading or relinquishing parkland for any other community benefit. It is clearly first among equals. Point number 2 concerns the district library, the 3rd priority listed in the staff report. Council approved this site as the location for a district library in 2013. The reality of where we are today is that in the best case, if there are no delays whatsoever in the construction of the Ontario line, that library will not open until 2033, 20 years after it was approved. And if there are delays, well, the community's point is not that a district library isn't needed. It most certainly is. The point is that we don't want to have to wait that long if a workable alternative can be found. Therefore, we would ask the Executive Committee and Council, if appropriate, to support a parallel process to look for other opportunities to deliver a district library to the St. Lawrence neighborhood in a meaningfully shorter time frame. Finally, a comment on the use of expropriation proceeds. The community disagrees with the staff report in the context of how these proceeds are to be used. This is an unprecedented and perhaps never to be repeated circumstance. Land assembled by the city for a specific community purpose is being taken by the province. It's incumbent on the city, we believe, to explore every opportunity, conventional and unconventional, to use the funds generated by this forced sale to secure the maximum community benefit for the site. A benefit which, in its totality, respects the spirit of the master plan, the original objectives of the city for this site, and the wishes of the community. So in summary, the 30-second elevator speech from the St. Lawrence neighborhood is comprised of 3 points. Point 1, parkland is number 1. Don't trade it for anything. Point 2, how can we deliver a district library sooner? And point number 3, use at least a significant portion of the windfall proceeds of the sale to maximize the overall benefit for the community on the First Parliament site. Thank you for your consideration of these comments.
Thanks very much, Mr. Linton. Are there questions of the deputy? Okay, well, we don't have any questions for you, Mr. Linton, but I do thank you very much for your very thoughtful presentation. Okay, then I think there were no other deputies to be heard from according to my list here, and I thank them very much for putting their comments on the 2 items together, because that did do it, I think, efficiently, and it made sense. And that could move us now to those wishing to speak, and I will start by asking if Councillor Wong Tam, as a councillor visiting with us, would like to speak. Sorry?
Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Excuse me, sorry. Excuse me, Councillor, just 1 sec. Sorry, that's the second time I've done that today. Questions of staff. And so I'll again start with you, Councillor Wong Tam, if you have some questions of staff. My apologies.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have questions of staff, but I wonder, because it seems to me the 2 items are being merged together, would it be helpful for the staff to give their 5-minute presentation on the master plan, and then we can come back and ask questions combined together?
Yes, I had agreed to a request yesterday that was made that staff might give a 5 to 7 minute presentation on the master plan, and I'm quite happy to have that now and then move to questions of staff. And I'm quite happy if you would like to concur in a motion to actually, deal with these 2 matters which we've been doing as a practical matter together, because I don't think that that really will have any negative impact on anybody. Is the committee willing to concur in that we hear 27.8 and 27.9 together? All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. And then we'll move to the presentation by staff. And my apologies for moving straight to speeches. Over to our very capable staff.
Hi there, my name is Somei Kwan. I'm a project manager with CaféTO, and I'd like to thank everybody for the opportunity to speak. I'm going to give a very short overview with respect to the planning work that we did for the First Parliament site. Again, for those that may not be entirely familiar with the location of the property, you're looking at the southwest corner of Front and Parliament Streets. So this is the agenda. I'm just going to talk very briefly about the First Parliament planning process, the master plan initiative, and the vision and guiding principles that were developed as a result of all of that work. So this is it's a very it's a bit of a wordy slide, but what I wanted to talk about here and point you to is 2012, and both Cindy and a lot of the other deputies talked about this land exchange that took place. That was a very significant point in time with respect to this project. So what happened was that City Council authorized real estate services to exchange city-owned lands on the east side of Parliament Street, and that they are the library lands that Cindy talked about, for the then privately owned lands at 271 Front and 25 Berkeley. And this was a very, significant milestone, because up until then, the parcels that made up the First Parliament site were in private ownership. And so this brought the whole of the parcels into public ownership. And again, as brought up by Stuart and Cindy, the previous councillor, the late Pam McConnell, she spearheaded a lot of this work. I can give a lot of shout outs to other community people as well, like Roland Myers, for instance. So that was a really significant step in the history of planning for this site. It meant that the whole site was in public ownership. It meant that then we could really undertake the work, the master planning work, to kind of lay out a roadmap, a high-level roadmap for the future development of the site. As you can see with the timelines, all of that work continued, and it continued to the present day. And so I just want to go to the next slide. The master plan actually consisted of 2 phases. There was a heritage interpretation strategy, and again, I may be providing a bit too much background here, but that was an important piece of work. I really want to stress that this site has a lot of history, and we really wanted to talk to the community about the site. You know, there was the thousands of years of Indigenous history, the very significant parliamentary history, but then there were things that happened afterwards. The site was developed for a jail, and the site was then occupied for more than 100 years by Consumers Gas. So that was a very, very important and fascinating history that we wanted to put together. And that was then fed into the master plan. You can see from all the tick marks that we did a lot of work. There was the visioning exercise, you know, workshops held with the community, and we did a virtual community meeting earlier this year. So there was a lot of work that was put into the master plan. And the purpose of this document, just by way of explanation, we wanted to have a vision and high-level guiding principles and planning strategies to kind of map out how the site should be developed, and how heritage interpretation could take place, and how the archaeological resources could be protected. So that was our sort of key objective. And so here's the vision for the First Parliament site. It is an important historic site. It will be protected and developed to tell its stories. But because the site is also a very large site, it's 3 acres in size, it's comparable to Nathan Phillips Square. We felt that, you know, it was very vital, important community resource. It should be developed to meet the needs of the community, the people who work in the area, and people who would be visiting, interested in learning about the history of the site. And so that's why, again, as the community spoke, the library is considered a very important community asset for the site. Interpretive center, which again, all of the deputants spoke about, and then the park, which, as Stuart said, had been zoned for parkland. And so, as you can see on the right side, these are the guiding principles that we had developed along with the community. Number one, we talk about conserving the cultural heritage values and the resources. And what we mean by that is that as we develop the site, we have a focus on heritage interpretation. We have a focus on making history come to light, making history alive. And so, again, you can see the second principle: optimize the value of the site as an important public asset. And so this speaks to the library, it speaks to the park, the interpretive center, you know, and then the third one, reveal the site's history through every planning move. So again, the focus is on history as we plan the development of the site. And these 7 principles are then supported by these 14 planning strategies. And so again, they're high level, they're directive. They talk about how the principles could be implemented, which then of course support the vision for the site. So we talk about revealing all layers of history, create and protect a Parliament Square. What I want to sort of direct you to look at with this graphic is this refers to strategy 11. So it talks about developing a complete public realm framework, and that captures a lot of the other planning strategies. So, you know, setting the buildings back so that you have a strong front street address, setting the buildings back so that you have an opportunity to create a great Parliament Street, and that's an important north-south street that connects you to the waterfront. Parliament Square, that's in the center of the site. We know through the archaeology work that the city did in the early 2000s, they searched for and they found the archaeological remains of the first Parliament buildings. And so we know that they are underneath the ground. And so one of the important strategies in the master plan is to protect that space and to allow to keep the resources in the ground so that they can be preserved for future generations. The creation of a lakeshore park, and again, this came up through our consultation. You may or may not know this, but the original Lake Ontario shoreline runs along the edge of the site. Lance talked about this. 300 years ago, you know, your feet would be wet because you'd be standing in the lake. And so this is what we mean by revealing all layers of history. You know, this is what we mean when we talk about making history come alive. So through design and park elements, we could recreate that original shoreline and then give people a really meaningful experience when they come to the site to be able to understand that 300 years ago, they would be standing in the middle of Lake Ontario, right? Or not the middle, but their feet would definitely be wet. And so there's other elements connecting the park to David Crombie Park, improving east-west connections. And then we talk about Berkeley Place, creating a special street, has more of a sort of a cultural focus to link to the theaters to the west. And so again, there's a lot of information here. I've had to kind of run it through it rather quickly. But again, I don't want to take up any more time. There's again a lot of work that went into all this many years, and of course, as the deputant spoke, you know, they participated quite a lot and provided really valuable input into this process. So thank you. I won't speak anymore. I'm happy to answer questions.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Kwan, and thank you to you and to all your teammates, both some of whom I'm sure have retired, because when these things take a long time, that happens. And they're not here to sort of enjoy some of the benefits of the exciting plans that you talked about. So we now can move to questions of staff, including Ms. Kwan and others that you want to question. And I would start with you, Councillor Wong Tam, because you're visiting with us. So over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm going to combine my questions together. My first question is regarding the First Parliament Master Plan. Thank you for the presentation. If we adopt the plan, and I believe Council will do so, what assurances do we have that Infrastructure Ontario and the Province of Ontario will actually honor the master plan and the process that we've gone under?
Through the speaker, I will, or through the mayor. Councillor, we have been very clear with Infrastructure Ontario in our discussions on their TOC proposal and the expropriation, how the master plan is shaping the city's priorities. And we have raised that in formal letters and in all of the discussions that we've had on the design and the massing that my team did as well, trying to advance those objectives. We will need to see how Infrastructure Ontario responds to the various things that we in the community have raised.
Okay, so by way of Council adopting the master plan, it essentially strengthens the position and the statements that City Planning and City Transit have been providing to the province. Is that not correct?
Through the mayor, yes, you're correct. It gives a stronger voice to the objectives.
Thank you. I'm going to turn my questions over to the powers of expropriation. So through the Building Transit Faster Act, the province already had expropriation powers, but it seems to me they now have supersized powers, larger, broader expropriation powers. As of January the 11th, the city received a notice that they were going to, they had intentions to expropriate. The lands are now in their ownership and control. They're already on site developing. Are there any guarantees that we will be paid for these lands? Because they've already taken them.
It's Brendan O'Callaghan, Mr. Mayor. Perhaps I can respond to that on behalf of City Legal. The province, of course, does have expropriation authority over the City of Toronto. They have expropriated these lands, and they do have a legal obligation to pay us for them. They're required to make a Section 25 offer to us, which they have made. And it's certainly our advice that Council accept that at this time, but be very clear that it is without prejudice to the city's right to seek further compensation from Metrolinx and ultimately proceed to the tribunal for an adjudication if an agreement cannot be reached.
Does have to pay the city something. That is what you're saying.
Yes. The short answer is yes. and the province seems to acknowledge that. Just to add a more fulsome response, Mr. Mayor, there are two avenues for taking land from the city. One is the Expropriations Act. The other is the Building Transit Faster Act. The Building Transit Faster Act does allow the province an opportunity to take land without compensation, but in this case, the province has opted to proceed by way of the Expropriations Act, which does create a legal obligation on the expropriating authority to pay the expropriated owner fair market value and fair compensation.
Thank you, and thanks for clarifying that that it could have gone the other way, and perhaps it still may if the province chooses to redirect. I'm just curious to know, with respect to the evaluation of the site, obviously there's over 2 million square feet of land of GFA that they're planning to add that represents itself in the massing of 5 large towers. Is the city staff evaluating the GFA, and that's how the appraisal will come out? Is how are you? What approach are you deploying to do the appraisal?
The Expropriations Act, by triggering the Expropriations Act, we have a statutory right to proceed to seek the highest and best use valuation. And so by triggering that act, the challenge for the expropriated owner, which is us, is to determine what the highest and best use of these lands are. And it does not have to be based on its current use, and it does not have to be based on its current zoning or designation, but rather on what we believe the highest and best use is. And obviously that's something that we're considering now in the context of our own appraisal work and our own land use planning analysis of what constitutes highest and best use of the site.
I'm assuming that the highest and best use also factors in the first Parliament master plan, the original intentions of creating civic and commemorative purposes on those lands. Is that a correct assumption, that it's not necessarily the highest and best use is not always just condominium development here?
But it really depends on the opinions of the experts that we are in the process of retaining to give us that type of advice. At the end of the day, what the city would be looking for, presumably, is what potentially for these lands would generate the highest market value, because that is what we would base our claim upon. It doesn't necessarily mean that that is ultimately what we believe should go on the lands at all.
That begs the question of why would we even use that approach if you know that market appraisers are only going to be pursuing highest and best use appraisal, as opposed to bringing in the whole of government approach that has been happening through the working group as well as the transit expansion, the corporate real estate management side, who is actually pursuing a very whole of government approach to city build. Because I believe, Mr. O'Callaghan, your answer deviates a little bit from the approach that the other staff.
Before staff answers, Councillor, I'm giving you the sort of local councillor bonus, because I assume in putting the two items together, we don't normally double the time limits, but you're the local councillor, so I want to give you a fair chance. So maybe you could have one more after this, but then staff can answer this one and one more, and then we'll move to the next questioner. Okay, so who would like to answer that one from the staff?
Through the mayor, Councillor, it's Alison Felicia with Corporate Real Estate. I would clarify that while we will transact at market value, there are ongoing negotiations with IO about how best to determine what the market value for those lands are going to be. So we're considering all components. We are obtaining an external appraisal to support our negotiations. Metrolinx has provided their appraisal, and all of that information will come into the negotiated settlement that will come back to council for final approval.
Alison, thank you. And my final question, and thank you, Mayor. My final question is regarding the value allocations. So therefore, community benefits, not necessarily under the traditional Section 37 model. The province is proposing something very different for this site, and I imagine it's probably going to be the same for the other TLC sites. Can you explain to the committee members what exactly is the province proposing and how would it differ from a more conventional 37 approach?
Through the mayor, I'll begin an answer here, and my colleague Shalon Yaboa from Transit Expansion Office may want to jump in. So we are still in the middle of negotiating exactly how the value allocation will apply to transit-oriented community sites. The idea from the province is that that we would mirror the 4% rate that's being contemplated for the city's community benefits charge that's being developed, and that there may also be an opportunity in certain circumstances for some provincial matching of additional funds on some elements of that. There are still a number of details of the approach that we are that we're in the middle of negotiating. Shalon, is there anything else you like to add?
So the only thing that I would add through you, Mr. Mayor, is that the framework will give the city discretion to invest the 4% of the land value in community services and facilities. So the city has discretion on how they want to allocate that 4%.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor, and thank you to the staff for those answers. Are there other members of the committee now that we're on to members of the committee? I don't see any other councillors visiting with us who would like to ask questions of staff. There we see Deputy Mayor Thompson. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to understand in recommendation 1, it's advising that we accept the compensation payment that's being made. As part of the conversation in response to Councillor Wong-Tam's question and Mr. Bertula, I think you sort of, and also Mrs. O'Callaghan responded. The basis then of the compensation, how was that arrived at? Were we part of the negotiation discussion? It's not clear to me, or did Metrolinx just come up with a number out of wherever? I don't understand that, because what I'm concerned with is that if we simply accept this now, is this going to be a precedent, and based on going forward, then what are the sort of factors that were incorporated in arriving on the sum of funds that are being earmarked here, or that we're being asked to accept?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, it's Pat Mathosa, and I'll have Alison Felicia weigh in. So we have received an offer of compensation with an accompanying payables from Metrolinx. That's how they determine the amount within the confidential attachment. By accepting, again, just to reiterate what Brendan had said, I mean, acceptance of the funding as noted in the confidential attachment is without prejudice, and that reserves our right to then further evaluate through our own experts what we believe the true value is, and through that process, then once we reach the settlement with Metrolinx, then we would come back to council with that settlement. So it's by no means that the amount in the confidential attachment is the final amount, because we haven't yet had the full opportunity to evaluate and determine what that real value could be.
So this is in essence good faith going forward, because if they were to come at it with respect to the Building Transit Faster Act, they would give us nothing, but as part of the expropriation, we're getting something, and then we get to negotiate, obviously, a settlement amount that we would think is appropriate.
Yeah. So in addition to the value, we also will also determine any cost impacts, i.e., costs of loss of rental revenue, as well as any relocation costs. In this case, the proposed library that we had, so we have to find a home for them. So it includes any value plus any costs that we believe are part of the settlement.
Sure. Having had the opportunity and the pleasure of having actually been toured around this area by the late Pam McConnell many years ago, this has been pointed out, this has been on the horizon for many years. I'm wondering then, how does the master plan that has been sort of derived at, and a lot of community input has been baked into this, how do we factor this in then as part of the overall discussion with respect to IO and the province to ensure that the residents' interests and that Councillor Longtam and Councillor Cressy has been fighting for is going to be fully baked in as part of that process? How do we ensure that that does occur?
Through the mayor, we, as I mentioned to Councillor Wong-Tam, we have been putting forward the priorities from the master plan in all of our discussions with IO on the design of their TOC proposal, and the community has been loud and clear in all of their interaction at the public meetings and local advisory committee meeting. As well, the massing work that my team did to sort of show how we could look at this site to respect the city's priorities, the library, the interpretive center, the parkland, the keeping a focus on the heritage and archaeological aspects of the site. We've done that in an effort to try to influence the final development of the site. And so we're hopeful that through the negotiations, we will be able to achieve that.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson. Are there other members of the committee wishing to ask questions? I see Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mayor Thompson. Not only is he a city councillor, but is a long-standing member of the Toronto Public Library Board. Could somebody just explain to me, the last deputant was concerned the library might not be built until 2033, and what the issues are there?
Through the mayor, Councillor, the site, this whole area will be subject to a lot of disruption because of the construction first of the subway, and that's going to take a number of years. The subway and subway station at this location, and so the opportunity to then begin development afterward will extend that timeline out a bit further. So that's how we came to, it could be up to 2033. I mean, we don't have an exact estimate, but it could be quite a number of years before the development can actually happen so that the library can relocate there. In our conversations with the head of Toronto Public Library and staff there involved in planning, this speaks to what Pat Matozo raised a few minutes ago. We need to look at what's an interim solution. They still want to be on this site. It's a good site for a district library, but their current location is not appropriate and not in good shape. So we will be looking for some sort of interim arrangement for the library to tide over until the development can happen.
Okay, all right, thank you. Perfect. That was my question, Mayor Tory.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Other members of the committee wishing to ask questions of staff? Okay. Well, now we can move to speakers. So Councillor Wong-Tam, you would be first if you wish to speak.
I do, and thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity and for listening to the deputations from the community. I know that Councillor Ainsley will be moving some motions that we have prepared. Those motions have been reviewed by a number of city staff, and including folks from the city, from the mayor's office. So I hope that we can have your support. I want to speak specifically to the motion just very briefly. I think the motion captures in many ways the sentiment of what the community has been advocating for. They've done so eloquently today and in the years preceding to it. I also just want to recognize that, this is a very unusual circumstance. We've never experienced anything like this before. And I think that for many of us who've been sort of trying to understand how can we work collaboratively with the province, with the understanding that we need to build transit, and the higher order transit is something that we all want to strive for. But the collaboration, I would say, was missing at the very beginning of the process. And I was very disheartened to learn that the province was proceeding to expropriate these lands, especially when I don't think they necessarily needed them. We tried to, and through Allison's office, corporate real estate and others at City Hall, we tried to explain to the province that we can give them exclusive access. We can give them access to do their construction and staging for the subway, for the Ontario line, and they didn't necessarily need to take ownership and control of the lands. And that offer has been on the table from day one, so that it's not necessarily that they had to take the lands, they wanted to take the lands. And we've learned since then that part of them wanting to take the lands was that they wanted to develop on those lands. So we are in an incredible situation where we don't have a lot of powers, and the province has absolute powers over expropriation and development. They could drop a ministerial zoning order on this site, like they have done on the Foundry sites and other sites in Ontario. But instead, they have made verbal commitments that they would stay with the city and continue to work with us. I think one of the reasons they were doing this largely is because the community rallied and we sat down in city-led working groups. We've had 8 working groups since January when we first got their letter of intent to expropriate. We did a site walk with them. We tried to impart to them that there was a very long process of developing the master plan and a number of civic priorities that really need to go back into the site. So in some ways, our fight has been clawing back ourselves, bringing ourselves back to the table to reinstate what was the intention of the master plan. So we're not asking the province for parkland, new parkland. We're saying, give us back the parkland, give us back the space to reintroduce the district library, give us back, the public realm so we can start thinking and planning for great streets. And I want everyone, Mr. Mayor, to sort of think about the fact that we're basically trying to push back and get what was already on the books and what was a priority mandated by council. I do want to state a couple of things, is that despite the rocky start, and it was certainly rocky, I will say that we have had some pretty constructive conversations and interventions thus far. The community members have already highlighted that they undertook a massing exercise. The city jumped on top of that immediately afterwards, and we started to collaborate, and we realized that we weren't going to necessarily get an outcome from the province unless we came up with more creative solutions. And I hope that the massing studies and the new plans that the city planning staff and urban design staff are coming up with are going to make you proud. They are going to position the appropriate type of density, and there will be density. We're not going to take that away, but there'll be the appropriate type of density and the appropriate type of development that will also leave us with significant public realm opportunities and parkland opportunities. It is also going to include the installation back of the district library, the interpretation, commemorative center, and all the things that make the First Parliament a nationally important site. And I hope that at the end of the day, when we are all many years out of this, I suspect it'll take years to complete, because you've already heard that it's going to be a decade of construction for this neighborhood, where we're going to be living with a lot of debris and a lot of heavy machinery and trucks coming in and out. But I hope that at the end of the day, we're going to have made the city proud, the residents proud, that we did everything we could to, number one, defend their interests, but also to defend the interests of the country. Simply because the history of Canada, and Upper Canada in particular, sits on these lands. I remember speaking to Councillor McConnell, Deputy Mayor, about her aspirations for the First Parliament, and I see it as a bit of a personal obligation to try to finish the work that she began. And I would be very proud to, if I could tell her that it will be council that will be helping her finish the work. And that's what I believe is going to take place when we move this item through committee to City Council, is that we have a full and unanimous and enthusiastic support. Thank you, Mayor, for your leadership on this and for your indulgence today by combining the two items and allowing the committee to speak with a generous allotment of time. That was greatly considered. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And we would then move along to speakers who wish to speak from the members of the Executive Committee. Councillor Ainsley, I know you have some motions as well. Don't forget about those. So thank you. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor Tory. I do have motions that I'm moving on behalf of Councillor Wong Tam, if those can be put on the screen. As Councillor Wong Tam said very eloquently, these have been worked on both by her office, the mayor's office, numerous city staff, and I think they should be and they need to be supported by everyone. I want to acknowledge Councillor Wong Tam for all of her work and dedication on this site, the community members that came in to speak today. And certainly I want to acknowledge former Deputy Mayor Pam McConnell. It seems like many years ago that Pam came in the City Council chamber and plopped down beside me and said, I want to talk to you about the First Parliament site. She said that you're the chair of the Toronto Public Library Board. I know that you want a library, and as the councillor for the area, I want a library, but I also want to protect the First Parliament site. And I laughed and I said, yeah, Pam, I do want a library. And I said, you probably don't realize, but I have a keen interest in Canadian history and Toronto history, and I want to protect the First Parliament site as well. You know, I'm very keen interest in the War of 1812, the American invasion that actually burned down our First Parliament site that's on this piece of property. So Pam and I agreed that we would work together. It's really, it's had a number of hurdles over the years. I'm not going to repeat all of them. The most recent one being the decision to run the Ontario line through the area. But I want to congratulate Councillor Wong Tam. I think she's worked very hard with all of the stakeholders to start to see a resolution that's very appropriate for the site. I think if you look at the plans that are before us today, when it comes to fruition, it's going to be an amazing project that recognizes the history of the site, the needs of the community, including the Toronto Public Library. So I have the motions here before us, and I ask for everybody's support. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. See Councillor Pasternak's hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question for the mover. It seems that when we want to build a new library in the city, we have to close the library. And that's because Toronto Public Library, correct me if I'm wrong, has a hard cap at 100 libraries. And the city continues to grow. I know you're very involved with the library board. You're on the library board. Is this policy sustained? I see your motion there, and it reaffirms the policy of no new libraries past 100. We have to close to build a new. Do you see that as sustainable in a growing city?
I'm sorry, Councillor Pasternak, I'm not sure where you're getting the idea that we're capped at 100 libraries. To the best of my knowledge, we aren't.
That's quite surprising you're saying that, because we hear that from the senior levels of Toronto Public Library. When we have development, we either have to move a library or close a library to build past 100. You're saying that's not the case.
You know, Councillor Pasternak, if I could have a public library in every branch, I would be more than happy. You know, tongue in cheek, as a former councillor said, you know, there's more Tim Hortons in the city than there are libraries. I would rather have more libraries than Tim Hortons.
That's how
I'm not aware of any cap other than the financial wherewithal that the Toronto Public Library. I'm always very proud that when it comes to state of good repair and using our capital budget to the best of our ability, we probably do it more wisely than any division or agency within the city of Toronto. So often we do have to, you know, close a branch for renovations. We have to, in this case, we've actually closed services down. But no, I'm not aware of any cap of 100.
Well, no, thank you very much, because I'm glad to ask clarification of the motion, because what we're getting up in York Center is to build a new, we have to close because of the hard cap of 100. But we'll get clarity at the local level. And thank you for your clarification of the motion.
My pleasure.
Other speakers wishing to speak on this matter? Okay, well, I will speak very, very briefly, really just to say that I intend to support, and I appreciate the collaborative approach taken by local councillor Kristen Wong-Tam with respect to these motions, and they make sense from the standpoint of us, moving forward. And I want to just take the opportunity, while I thank her for her efforts and for her approach to today, to say thank you to our staff. They've done great work here at carrying through on something that has been a long time in the making and has taken, shall we say, to say the very least, some unexpected twists and turns that have been chronicled today. I think I haven't gone to a lot of protests over my life or my career, some, but not that many. And one of the ones that I went to early on, long before I was even a candidate for mayor, was at the first Parliament site when there was some earlier proposal. I don't even remember what motivated it to have what then I think was a car dealership and in part of that land just treated in some cavalier manner. And I think it led to some of the stuff we've heard about today with respect to the putting together of the parcels of land and so forth. But, back then, way back then, it was a long time ago, it was a subject, of course, of keen interest and concern to not just heritage people. I think the protest that day was more motivated by heritage people, but I think it increasingly, as we developed communities there, of course, the St. Lawrence community was developed in the 1970s, much of it, a big chunk of it, and the distillery district came after, but it was also then a growing concern as we developed communities of people living and working there that really weren't there to any significant extent before. So I think it is something that has been a long time in coming. We're not there yet, and I want to just acknowledge something I acknowledged earlier on, which is in commending our staff for all that they're doing. I include in that participating in these negotiations, which I hope, I very much hope as a means of, because this is kind of the first one that is happening under this transit-oriented communities umbrella, and I hope the first one goes well, and goes well in the sense of the question that was asked many times today, which is kind of how do we know the province is going to respect what the city wants within reason, obviously, and how do we know these things are going to be delivered. And I just think it is going to be very important to any kind of effectiveness of this regime that it has to be in good faith on all sides, and that means honoring these things, and I think the motions speak to some of those. But I will say, in answer to the comment made earlier on by one of the deputants, I forget which one, Mr. Alexander maybe, that it's tough for us because, as we've seen with many of these things, we have limited powers. We have the power of the pulpit, if I can call it that, and that's pretty powerful sometimes. But we don't hold as many of the cards, but we do have some. And I don't mean to speak about our position in a way that is in any way diminishing it, but we have they have a lot of the legislative power. So I commend these motions to colleagues. I'm sure it sounds like they have support in any event, and thank everybody, especially at the community level, and all those deputations and all the work that really preceded those statements of position put forward today in the deputations by the community leaders who represent a lot of people who have a great deal of concern about this, but who've also put that into constructive work with us and hopefully with the province and everybody else involved going forward. So I then have in front of me the two motions here, and I'll treat, they're motion A and motion B, so that's fine. Motion A is the first motion from Councillor Ainslie on behalf of Councillor Wong-Tam that has to do with the proceeds of the coming as a result of the expropriation. And I will call the question on that. All those in favour? Opposed, if any? Carried. And then the second motion, also from Councillor Ainslie, that has a number of other matters dealt with here, including the library and different things that have to do with parkland and so forth. It's really a list of other considerations. I'll call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. And then the item as amended. All those in favour?
Can I have a recorded vote, please?
Yes, for sure.
All those in favor and item as amended? Mayor Tory, Councillor Ainslie, Councillor Pasternak, Deputy Mayor Bilal, Deputy Mayor Thompson, Councillor Crawford, Councillor McKelvey. Deputy Mayor Min Wong, are you present and voting? I don't see his screen. Okay, so he's not present, so that carries unanimously 7-0. Thank
Thank you to everybody involved in those items. We appreciate that very much. Thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam. Okay. That brings us then to item 27.10, CaféTO 2022. And
we have to do item 9 because
we just have to approve just deal with the approval of the item? Okay. Can I have someone move then the staff recommendations? Do I see someone moving that? I see Councillor McKelvey, and I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now we go to 2710, CaféTO 2022 and beyond, and we have two deputants who wish to speak with us, and the first is John Carew, who is with us. Welcome back, John, and please go ahead. As you know, you have at least have not more than 5 minutes, and we may have some questions.
Thank you. I feel like it's a field day to the executive committee today. Had a wonderful time staying in touch. Thank you, Your Worship and members of committee. Very few programs, including those of other levels of government as part of the recovery, have had the impact in supporting restaurants and the hospitality industry as has the CaféTO program. It's no secret that operators have faced significant challenges and so much uncertainty throughout this pandemic. I'm also assured that I don't need to remind you that restrictions imposed on our members were the longest of any jurisdiction in the world. On behalf of TABIA and our member BIAs, we are prepared to do whatever we can to help keep this program as successful as it has been, not only for the coming year, but also for years to come. Predictability of the program's long-term presence will allow our operators to make more significant investments into their cafes and premises. I want to share a couple of results of a study we undertook to evaluate the impact of the curbside cafe portion of the program. Over 13 weeks, we surveyed weekly a number of businesses and found the following. The curbside cafe program resulted in over $200 million in spending by restaurants and customers over the summer. The program served some 4.9 million customers through that summer period. The study also estimates that 36% of all revenue generated by the participating restaurants occurred on the CaféTO curbside patio. By comparison, 26% was from indoor dining, 25% from permanent patios, and 13% from takeout and delivery. I have shared our report with the clerk, and I'm hopeful that you will take a few minutes to look at how your investment of some $4 million has been amplified. I am pleased to be here before you to endorse the report and to support its recommendations, and that ask that you vote in favor of same. We look forward to continuing to work with the city team and yourselves as we build out the associated guidelines for next year in the future permanent program. I would be remiss if I didn't thank all those involved in the development and implementation of the program, specifically to those involved from Transportation Services, MLS, and Economic Development. We thank you. A special shout out to Tobias Abramson of Transportation Services for his commitment in being the front face of the program for our members. And of course, to those in the BIAs that work tirelessly to onboard and support their members and make this program the success that it was and will continue to be. To this committee and council, thank you for your continued support and looking forward to 2022 and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Are there any questions of this deputy? Okay, seeing none, I will thank you very much for your help and your members, but also for your deputation today. The second deputant that's wanting to speak with us on this today is Tony Grossi from Italy, Toronto. Good afternoon, Mr. Grossi, and welcome.
Thank you, Mary Tor. Good afternoon to you and to everyone on the executive committee.
You have up to 5 minutes, and then there may be some questions, so please go ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you. Firstly, I'd be remiss not echoing what the prior deputy had said about this program. Absolutely an unqualified success. I want to thank the city, council, and all those responsible for really this bold initiative over the last 2 years. It's accomplished a number of goals, and I believe everyone knows the goals. The goals really, we protected livelihoods. Italy alone hired 50 people to work in its patios. The citizens that were contained to the geography, the patios engaged them. It was something to do, something lively, something energetic. And lastly, it did help restaurateurs make it through in part, but we can do better. And we are delighted that the city is putting forward a permanent program. And I'd like to propose making one nuance to that program, because my understanding is that it is a permanent program, however, subject to 1 year permissions or licenses. And we believe that a minimum of 5 years for a license is necessary, and here are the reasons why. Firstly, the employees that I mentioned, it's their livelihood. This past year has been exceptionally difficult to hire back those in the hospitality industry. And having annual commitments to a patio is not a great recruiting tool to say, come back and work in our patios. In addition to that, we have these makeshift patios that are really pop-ups. They may not look like pop-ups. They may look like proper dining facilities, but they are pop-ups. They were never designed to be integrated into many of the restaurants. So a lot of the wait staff have to go far into a kitchen or far into a service area to get the food or return the dishes. And this August, we almost had a mutiny at Italy because our kitchen is on the second floor. So if you can imagine the wait staff going up in the humidity and with 30, 33 degree temperatures, it wasn't delightful to be a server in a patio during some weeks in August. Secondly, our customers, I think we can do a better job. The decor is good. I think it could be better, but what's most important is that many of the patios do not have services running to these patios. When I mean by services, we don't have drainage, we don't have domestic water, we don't have electricity. Everything is makeshift. And for us to do a better job, we need to make the investments in servicing those patios, and that requires a sizable investment that needs to be amortized over several years. And lastly, while the patios were great keeping restaurants active, they weren't entirely profitable. Our labor required to run these makeshift restaurants are higher. When inclement weather comes, the staff is on hand. You have to pay them and then send them home. So you're really eating into your margins. So they're not the most efficient way to really operate a restaurant. Again, we can solve all three of these problems. We can satisfy all three constituents much better if we can take the program, which is already put forward. It will be in its third year, and say to those who qualify, we'd like you to do that for 5 years. So make the necessary investments in order to recruit the employees. Don't put a burden on them because you're going to make investments in your physical plant to make it easier for them to work. Engage your customers further by providing the right services by electricity, gas, water to the sites, really the key to life. And thirdly, I think we're all trying to help the hospitality industry. If we can take that extra step and give them a longer period of time to recoup that investment, that would be a home run for all. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Tony, thank you so much for taking the trouble to come and speak to us about that, because I think what you raised is important and part of what we're doing by doing this in stages, by having next year as a program that will continue, but then having the so-called permanent program developed thoughtfully, and this is certainly a contribution to that discussion, so I thank you. Other questions of the deputy? Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity. And Tony, it's great to have you here at the committee. First of all, let me start off by saying I thought the Italy installation was one of the best that I saw in the city. It was thoughtful, it was creative, it was actually beautiful, and it was a welcome addition. So thank you for that. I want to just ask a point of clarification. You were talking about investing in infrastructure to perhaps make the move and the operations of the CaféTO installations a little bit more smoothly. Can you elaborate on how you would do that? Are you talking about bringing in water infrastructure hookups, gas hookups, and is the proposal there to have it come out of the public right of way?
I only know from what we do at Ely, and we would work with the landlord because the pavers on Bloor Street can be lifted, and below the pavers you can run all your servicing. So that would be important. It would be important to heat patios and run your gas through there, run any sort of domestic water or drainage through there to selective points. The other important measure is that we don't have on the ground floor a restaurant or a kitchen. Sorry, we have a restaurant. We don't have a kitchen. And this would be key and very expensive to locate something that can service these patios on a more quick and ready basis. Otherwise, we will have a systemic issue of running an operation that was never intended. And I'm speaking as we have in Ely, but I also see, and I visited in New York City as well, where waiting for your food and it arrives cold because these kitchens are remote. The patios, if they're in front of the stores, typically the kitchens are built in restaurants in the least valuable space, and that's in the back. So the run between the kitchen and the patio is quite long for most restaurateurs. So those investments, if we had a permanent ongoing licensing, those would be made by many restaurateurs. And as well, yesterday we took part in a winterization charrette. Again, great ideas coming out. I believe there were over 40 people participating, restaurateurs and designers were participating. So I applaud the city in setting that charrette up. But a lot of that winterization initiative is not possible unless there is investment in physical plant. So I hope that answers your question, Councillor.
Yes, thank you, Tony. That was very helpful. And so is the suggestion that the city pay for the hookup and perhaps the business owner pay for the actual infrastructure? There's obviously cost to doing this. And if it was to be cost shared, what would be the timeline that's needed in order for you to recover those initial investments?
I can only speak for Ely. I'm not sure what other restaurateurs would like to do, but we think the services are very close by, and we wouldn't look for any level of investment by the city. We would incur that investment on our own, provided that we have enough time to recover. And we do a proper business case, understand that investment, and see what the incremental business and margin would be to recover that investment. And for that, the only missing ingredient is time.
Thank you. And because Italy is an international company, I have been to your location in New York City. Can you tell me if you have the ability to set up a cafe set up like Toronto, but with the proper hookups, the utility hookups in any other city? I'm just trying to understand whether or not it could work here.
They have in Milano, on the Piazza in Milano, they have proper hookups, and they run quite a large patio. Given where it is now, that piazza already had quite a bit of infrastructure in it. In New York City, those patios as well are makeshift, and again, they're speaking to their local council people about making those programs a little more permanent as well.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions of this deputant? Okay, well, Tony, thanks very much for being with us today. We appreciate your insights very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Questions of staff. Councillor Wong-Tam, do you have some questions of staff?
Yes, I do. I guess my first question would be to staff regarding following up on what Tony Rossi just discussed. Obviously, not every business will want to pay for hookups right into the public right of way. That's number one. I'm not sure if the city would permit such a thing, but if we were to create an additional program that allows for multi-year patio installations, where we did have some restaurateurs who wanted to make that investment, is that something that city staff would consider in the long run?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wong Tam. It's Barb Gray and Transportation. I'm sure my pals in ECDEV and MLS will hop in if necessary. Certainly, one of the reasons we wanted to come back in 2022 with continuation of a temporary program is because there are a number of pieces that in transitioning this to a permanent program we would want to look at. We've done some engagement with businesses and across the city with regard to their experiences. As you know, we've had surveys, et cetera, but I think making things more permanent, whether it's on the sidewalk in the case of Italy, which I think has a sidewalk installation, versus in the curb lane. Certainly, we have to be a little bit more flexible in the curb lane because it's not used for a cafe year round, whereas we may have a little bit more flexibility in the sidewalk, but we could certainly take a look at that as part of transitioning to a permanent program.
Okay, thank you. And maybe if I can get some comments from our chief planner, because I know that once we start putting in some permanent infrastructure, it almost looks like we're adding an addition. Do you have any, perhaps some feedback for us on whether or not this is something the city planning would consider? How much thought should we put into it moving ahead in the future, especially as we refine the program? Or is it a matter of like select sites, very specific criteria? Only a few could qualify, but not necessarily, across the city.
Thank you for the question. Through the mayor, I think not unlike the winter charrette that was mentioned, it probably would be worth a conversation with economic development, maybe Toronto Building, and some restaurateurs to kind of problem solve the opportunity and see what exactly would be required. I think you're talking about interior renovations or modifications to accommodate, in the case of Italy, but in other restaurants, what would be required on the inside to support, hookups on the outside? Would that land on the private side of the line or the public side of the line? And what would be required in terms of an approval process? Could be just a plumbing permit, who knows? So I think you just have to kind of work through what would be required with industry representatives, maybe economic development and others to see how we can support the sector.
Thank you. One additional question. Obviously, the CaféTO installations are a huge success. I think we can all pretty much point to that. It's the results are obvious there. I'm just curious to know with respect to daytime animation and nighttime animation. So in some cases, we have businesses that are open perhaps Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Maybe they're closed Sunday and Monday. And my point is that they're not basically open 7 days a week and 24/7. So in some ways, we've actually turned over a significant portion of public space. We've allowed it to be commercialized. And obviously, we needed to do that for the COVID pandemic and for the recovery. But I have seen across the city a very inconsistent standard of maintenance and an inconsistent level of use. So sometimes it looks like they're just, patios that are closed, and they may be closed for 3 days and where we don't see any activity. Or you have some restaurants that are only open in the evening time and on the weekend, especially if they're sort of bar oriented, where we have taken up the sidewalk, taken up the curb lane, and there's literally nothing happening. So can you give us some thinking and thoughts on how to, set a balance that doesn't give over the public space when it's not being used, but only gives over some of that public space when it does need to be used?
Well, I'll give it a go, and then others can jump in if they need to. Councillor Wong Tam, through the mayor. This has been one of the challenges of the program, and I think there are many cafes and restaurants who have a pretty robust business on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, perhaps. Doesn't necessarily pay for them to bring in staffing on a Monday afternoon. So we are trying to be a little bit more prescriptive in the next round of this program in 2022 as we look at the allocation of curb space. And where we might have other areas on the curb space where we can accommodate loading, short-term pickup and drop-off, bike parking, some other components. We have and will continue to look at the data around how those cafes are used and what are some of the other pressures on the system, including things like we can't do peak time parking removal in corridors that have cafes. So there's an impact on congestion there as well. But another reason why we wanted to have this be a temporary program again in 2022 and get that information to inform a permanent program.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Then we move to, I see Councillor Bradford with us, so he'd be next if he had some questions to be asked. If you have
questions on my,
okay,
just to speak.
Thank you. Then we have members of the committee. Are there members of the committee wishing to ask questions of staff? Okay, well, seeing none, we can move then to speakers, and I'll start again with our councillors visiting with us from outside the committee. Councillor Wong Tam, do you wish to speak?
I'm happy to go after Councillor Bradford.
Okay, Councillor Bradford, do you wish to speak?
Yeah, that would be great. Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor, and just wanted to offer a few comments for me in support of the CaféTO program. And that, of course, starts with my thanks for everyone here on executive committee, the mayor, deputy mayors, and our council colleagues at large for helping us bring this forward and continue to build on the work and the progress of CaféTO to date. I will reference those discussions convened through the Mayor's Economic Support Recovery Task Force. Through tables like that one, we heard very early on that a program like CaféTO was something that we'd seen modeled in other cities, hadn't been tried before here in Toronto, but would be an essential lifeline to those restaurants and the bars, especially providing them with a pathway to revenue through very difficult times, but also playing an important role in restoring some of that consumer confidence in those dark days where everybody was a little unsure about how things were going. It added much needed vibrancy to our main streets. I think it's important to note that we continue to refine and improve the program, and the report here speaks to that. The feedback that we heard from John Carew and Tony Grossi, that sort of commentary has been really important to the evolution of this product, improving the customer experience, improving the performances for our small businesses and main streets. And, you know, I often reflect, as much as some folks really like to dunk on the idea of pilots, why do we need to pilot it? You know, we've seen that this stuff works before. I think it actually demonstrates that we can roll something out quickly and work through a process of iterative design, of capturing the feedback, of making incremental improvements to end up with something that works a lot better for everybody. So, you know, when you reflect on the initial rollout to where CaféTO is today, it really has transformed main streets across the entirety of the city. This is not just a downtown thing, but we've done work as a council to make sure that that expands across Toronto into all of our neighborhoods. When I think about Beaches East York, we've seen CaféTO bring back some of the vibrancy and energy to our community. Danforth, Destination Danforth, and Queen Street in particular really embraced the program, but we saw pockets of Gerrard, Kingston Road, parts of East York also dive into this with a lot of success. I want to acknowledge that neighbors and residents have made a conscientious decision to enthusiastically embrace the idea of shopping local. That's been important for all of us to do. It's been transformative in our shopping patterns, in our transportation patterns, and as a result, local businesses are positioned to really thrive going forward. I think it's been a change that's going to stick with us after the pandemic. And, you know, in the commentary and the discussion with many of you, with residents, with local businesses, I can appreciate that it can be challenging to move projects of this scale forward. You know, the machinery of government is very large. The silos are very real, but this is a joint divisional effort. And all the staff who are on the line here deserve a lot of credit and acknowledgement. We aligned across transportation services and MLS and economic development and planning and others, and there was a lot of heavy lifting. You know, you just heard Barbara Gray's answer in the questions there where she says, well, you know, I'll give it a go. And that's what it's all about. I love to hear that. We love that attitude. We've got to embrace that as a city going forward. And I think what you saw with CaféTO, it's a testament of the best of what government can be. We're actually focusing on the outcomes. We've moved forward at an incredible speed. We've removed the barriers and we've found a way to get to yes. And, you know, I think that's what residents and businesses are asking us to do. We've demonstrated what our city can be. So we're always talking about the idea of a new normal, life after the pandemic. I think making changes like the ones that are being proposed in CaféTO today in the report are exactly the type of new normal that we need to be creating, where we're rethinking our streets and our public spaces to build a Toronto that goes all in on small business, that goes all in on safe and active transportation, and places that prioritize people need to be our priority. So coupled with the new small business tax class today, it's a big day here at this committee and for Toronto with respect to rebuilding our main streets. The next steps for CaféTO program outlined in the report keep us building a strong future for small business in this city. I want to tip the cap to our mayor and to the committee, to Transportation Services, Barbara Cray, and everyone involved for making this a reality. While days like today remind us that it is still very much patio season out there, I'm also very much looking forward to more patios in 2022. Back over to you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bradford. And that would bring us next to, just before we have, I know you're going to speak there, Councillor Pasternak. I'll put you first on the list of committee members, but does Councillor Wong Tam, she said she'd follow Councillor Bradford if she wishes. So over to you, Councillor, if you wish.
Yes, thank you. And I want to make sure that Councillor Bradford spoke first, just because I know he didn't ask questions. So thank you very much, Mayor, for this opportunity, and to thank you, the committee, for reviewing and deliberating on this item. Like Councillor Bradford, I want to echo my thanks to all the city staff who've been involved with this process, especially since, number one, I know that we haven't been fully operating as a city, the way we would and because of the pandemic. But I really want to give a shout out to the Transportation Economic Development staff. I know you folks haven't had a break, and we keep throwing new proposals at you, and you've been implementing them without barely a grumble. And if you have grumbled, we haven't heard it too loudly. But I just want to say thank you, because I know this work was not easy, and you got it off the ground as quickly as possible. And of course, this thanks should also be extended to the mayor for all his extraordinary leadership, through the COVID pandemic, but also keeping an eye on our main streets. And I don't think that we would have actually had, to be quite honest, the CaféTO installations or active TO without the mayor's leadership. So I want to say thank you. I do want to offer for some insights, because I think that this is an extraordinary program, and for us to build upon it, to make sure it gets better and better every year, we're going to have to probably make some bigger moves and bolder moves, to be quite honest. I raised the issue about how do you ensure that the public space is protected and that people have access to it, especially when the businesses are not using it. I think seriously that we need to come up with a resolution that's probably design oriented, that actually gives that space a civic purpose, a higher community purpose, when the chairs are not sat on and the tables are not being eaten at, because it does look like it's a bit of dormant and abandoned CaféTO installations when no one is there for several days, and I think that that's not the intended purpose. And that may mean that we push for better design, design that stands alone prominently on its own, whether or not the businesses are open. So that means more greenery, more landscaping, barriers of higher quality, the use of noble materials of wood and other raw materials. So that actually looks beautiful, almost like a landscape feature, a landscape installation, even if no one is there. That's why I was giving some praise to Tony Rossi's installation at Italy, because whether or not anybody was on their patio or not, it was actually a beautiful addition to the street. And it was it was high quality execution, and it was very creative. So obviously they're not open for breakfast, but it didn't really matter because it was actually a visual pleasantry to look at. And so that to me is probably the right approach ultimately, and as we on how to purpose these cafes so they are beautiful and not just functional. And because right now I think we focus on the functionality, therefore make sure the cars don't crash into them, make sure that we have clear demarcation lines between restaurant to restaurant, but it doesn't give you a uniform look to the street. So I want to just suggest that if there is a way to pilot something that allows us to treat a street with a comprehensive vision, and we can create the allocations for the cafe installations within that comprehensive street vision or that block plan, then I think we can do it all together as opposed to leaving the businesses individually to sort of struggle and figure it out. So I want to offer a neighborhood in Ward 20, not Ward 27, but Ward 13, if the city staff want to come and pilot something like this, I'd be happy to work with you to solicit corporate sponsors. I have them lined up, and we could probably test it, because I know Councillor Bradford likes pilots. We can test it to see if we can actually build something that is more park-like and still have the cafe service, and have it read 24/7 as a beautiful elevated streetscape plan. The other thing I want to do is just to give you some comments from the Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee. As chair, I've had the privilege of listening and learning from our committee members. Year one rollout was difficult for our committee members. They cited that. They gave the reflections and feedback to staff. That was 2020. Year two, 2021's CaféTO installation and rollout, they got high praise. And I just want it to be known to this committee that members of our accessibility community really wanted to say thank you for listening to their concerns and thank you for making those modifications when requested. They were very grateful for the support of this council committee as well as council, and they were very grateful for the ear and the understanding of city staff when they said they needed those spaces to be more accessible. So thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And so that brings us then to members of the committee who wish to speak on CaféTO. And I think there's a couple with some motions, so I'm expecting I'll hear from somebody. Who's got their hand up first? Councillor Ainsley, Councillor McKelvey, and then Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. I do have a motion that I would like to move, if I can have it put up on the screen. And this has to do, so my motion has to do more with getting assistance from economic development and culture, to engaging Scarborough Strip Plaza restaurant operators through in-person canvassing, consultations, business associate intermediaries, and other methods. Also working with Strip Plaza owners on the benefits of business associations, CaféTO, and other city programs available to them. Allowing for multi-season patios under a formal multi-year program. I want to thank staff for all of their work on CaféTO. I would like to share the enthusiasm of some of my colleagues that have already spoken, such as Councillor Bradford in particular. Unfortunately, at this point, I can't. You would be hard-pressed in Scarborough to find a restaurant that willingly participated in CaféTO. And that's for a number of different reasons that I'm not going to go into here. One of the reasons that I asked John Carew earlier from Tabia about business improvement associations is we have 3 in Scarborough. We have 3 business improvement associations out of the 85 that exist across this city. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for the creation of business associations in Scarborough. I often hear from small business owners that they want to understand how they can get the benefits of a BIA and what they can do to join. But there's a lot of hurdles that I'm currently working with Business Improvement Association staff and the general manager to work their way through. I think there's a lot of opportunity in Scarborough for CaféTO. I think we just need to do a little more thinking outside of the box, which I've already had discussions with economic development staff and also my colleagues from Scarborough. So I look forward to everybody supporting this motion. I look forward to a better, more fruitful implementation of CaféTO in the Scarborough area. And I want to thank everybody today. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. And is that a question of the mover I see there, Deputy Mayor Thompson? A question of the mover? Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So, Councillor Ainsley, thank you for your motion. I'm just wondering, when you talked about not BIAs in Scarborough, I'm just wondering, are you aware as to what the requirements are in the process that, communities and organizations and counselors and so on can bring requests to form BIAs in specific areas? I'm not sure if you can hear me. There's a lot of distraction.
Yeah, sorry, I missed the last part, Councillor Thompson.
Yeah. Sure.
I don't know where the static's coming from. It's certainly not coming from me. I'm all alone here in my kitchen.
It's not coming from me either,
with no kettle or appliances. So I'm not sure where the static's coming from.
Right. So what I was trying to understand, Councillor Inslee, is your mention about forming the BIAs. I'm just wondering, have you found it complicated? Are you not aware of the information? And what's the challenge? What has been the challenge for you and those in your community?
Yeah. Well, first and foremost, Deputy Mayor Thompson, I think much like your area, I have a lot of mom and pop businesses in my ward. Going back to former Councillor Moser, we tried to form a BIA on Kingston Road. It seems back then it seemed to be a lot of mom and pop businesses not having the time outside of their business hours to get involved in a BIA. I've just recently had a meeting with BIA staff. The onus. I haven't seen a lot of reach from economic development staff. I haven't seen a lot of outreach in Scarborough. The onus seems to be on city councillors to make that first step. Staff did, for example, tell me that they had 4 areas that would probably be excellent for BIAs in my ward. When I asked them for a list of business contacts, they didn't have any. Here we are, almost 25 years after amalgamation. I thought that the economic development staff would have much more comprehensive listing if they're suggesting to me, here are 4 areas in your ward. So what's the rationale for that?
Right.
It's great that you can do that. Provide me with a list so that I can do that. I don't find the resources that are there to adequately support the creations of BIAs. The emphasis seems to keep coming back to me as a councillor. And with our limited budgets,
Sure.
I don't have those resources, even with CaféTO.
Let me ask another question, because I do want to ask another question. Thank you. That's very helpful.
Sorry, not trying to run the clock. I could speak for a long time about the hurdles about BIAs in Scarborough.
I appreciate that. As someone who's formed essentially 2 in my ward that are working really well, they're mom and pop as well, and they're working extremely well, but I understand your point. The CaféTO piece, though, when you talk about it, would you agree with me that it's not one size fit all with respect to CaféTO, because what works in the downtown area will not necessarily work in Scarborough?
Well, final question on the question of the mover, Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, and this is something that I've been dealing with since the creation of CaféTOs. In Scarborough, strip plazas come with a parking lot in front of them. Yeah. They don't come with the road right in front of them. So, very hard pressed for restaurants to get involved from that perspective. Just the information, getting that information out to them. I won't speak for Councillor McKelvey, but I guess I will in a way. We had students in our office reaching out to restaurants, trying to make sure that they knew about CaféTO. And I will say that 99.9% of the restaurants that we reached out to had no idea about CaféTO at all. So, there's certainly an information gap there in trying to get the program created as well.
Great. Thanks very much, Councillor Inslee. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Thompson. Thanks, Councillor Inslee. Okay, any other questions of the mover? Okay, well then we can move on to the rest of my list that I had here, which was next, Councillor McKelvey to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a motion. Similar to Councillor Inslee, it's asking for additional information. Next meeting, on the other programs that the city does have, because I know our economic development staff are doing other things as well. The plan for supporting restaurants in Scarborough, North York, Etobicoke specifically, grants that will be available to others that aren't on the right of way. The plan for Plaza Pops. The second part is asking for assistance for the program. And then the third is looking into what to do if somebody puts out a patio and doesn't use it, because that is and Councillor Wong Tam also touched on that as well. In our ward, I will say there were 6 restaurants that expanded into their parking lots. That data doesn't get collected, and as you see, it didn't show in the report that was there because they were private patios. So we have a data collection problem here as well. But those restaurants also aren't given city support in the same sense. We're not giving them public space. We're not giving them public funding. So that's something that I think we need to look at some more. And Councillor Easley already alluded to. We had interns last summer that made the list at the Scarborough restaurants, 185 restaurants. We mailed them through our office budget information about the CaféTO program, about another program, Fine Dining, that we started up in collaboration with the University of Toronto Scarborough campus and Centennial campus to try to tell the story of food. Councillor Ainsley had students that called that list. Others had calls to their lists in their wards. So the only way we can get this information out is to be very heavy-handed on it, because we don't have those business associations in the same way. So I know that city staff have many other things cooking around restaurants, so I look forward to hearing about that at the next executive meeting from them.
Thank you, Councillor McKelvey. Are there any questions of the mover? Okay. Then that brings us next to Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's not a lot left to say, only to thank staff and congratulate yourself and the staff for extending this program. I was in a discussion the other day of what some of the lasting legacies of the pandemic will be in the city of Toronto, and I think one of them will be the pleasure and enjoyment and economic benefits of outdoor eating, outdoor dining. And, this was one of those strategies and initiatives that not only provided an immediate economic dividend to allow those eateries that were damaged by the closure orders of the pandemic and the pandemic itself, but it really enlivened the streetscape in our local communities. We also were able to work very fast and very effectively in cutting red tape and making sure that smaller government supported mid-size businesses. I was in Bryant Park in New York City a number of years ago in the middle of winter, and you had all these people eating outside and sitting in patios, and there was these big heaters, on top of us. And I thought, this is remarkable. We're in the middle of winter, and you see all these people outside enjoying the cafe and the patio. And I believe that something like this could work very well in Toronto. And certainly we've seen this. In the area that I represent, Wilson Avenue has been transformed by the setting up of various patios from Aroma and Maestro's and Buzz Pizza. I'd like to pay tribute to the Wilson Village BIA that's been very aggressive in leveraging this program and watching the various cafes pop up along Wilson Avenue. It's been, it's really transformed the street and even when indoor dining was allowed, you continue to see an enormous number of people sitting outside, and it actually looked like a lot of European cities that have been using cafes for many years as an overflow dining option, and people would only head inside when it was pouring rain. And I think page 8 of the report really summarizes it, where it says 3 paragraphs down, CaféTO also represents a significant shift in the look, feel, and function of Toronto's main streets, increasing the vibrancy of our streetscapes and public realm, and is a notable alteration to the way the city and its residents are using and experiencing the public right of way, including both curbside space and the sidewalk. So not only has it been a great economic benefit to our eateries, it has added new life and vibrancy to our streetscapes, and I can only lend my support to this proposal in making it a permanent fixture of Toronto's economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Are there other members of the committee wishing to speak? Deputy Mayor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I too want to lend my voice to this issue. Mr. Mayor, there seems to be a lot of distraction that's coming through. Okay, seems to be quieter now. Thank you. I too want to lend my voice to this issue and to acknowledge your leadership and that of Barbara Gray, Carlton Grant, Cheryl Blackman, and their teams for what has been done. We've heard from Mr. Grossi that and others around the numbers, the impact of the CaféTO program, which was necessitated as a result of COVID. I think an amazing amount of work and leadership from you and others, Mr. Mayor, has obviously brought forward this initiative in a fruitful way, and also Councillor Bradford and others and so on, in a way that is materially beneficial to the businesses that were impacted greatly by COVID, and just our city and our citizens in general, because of the fact that we were not allowed to be indoor in terms of dining and so on. So this was very, very transformative and helpful. I do think that going forward in a permanent way and coming up with creative ways to obviously be innovative, as has been pointed out by Mr. Grossi and through the questioning from Councillor Wong Cham and so on. And so those are some of the things that I think that we do have to take a serious look at. Let me just also turn to the points that Councillor Ainsley and McCallie has been making. And there are needs for us to do more. And I know I've had those discussions with Ms. Blackman and others in the Economic Development Department. And I think that there is definitely a view with respect to, yes, we need to do more. However, I will remind members that in order to do more, there is a need for more resources for economic development, for staffing, because as you've learned from Councillor Ainsley, the amount of work that's required, I don't believe that we have enough staff members to be able to do that. So I'm hopeful through the process, and I know that I've had a chance to look at the budget request, that perhaps that members of council will endorse the requirement for additional resources to be able to get to these areas in terms of gathering information, talking to people, and making the calls and getting lists prepared. Those do take a tremendous amount of resources and time. And at the moment, I don't believe that we are adequately staffed to support all that is being asked. And I think that the ask is a valid one, but I think the corresponding piece of it has to be that we actually have the appropriate resources in place. And so that is a necessity that is needed. And so I just want to put that out there. I'm not going to move anything at this point in time, but I just want members to consider that. The other thing that I wanted also just to touch on, because it has been raised, around the winterization and so on of CaféTO. In fact, just yesterday morning, I launched the charrette that took place, led by Lori Belzak and team, and the design community in Toronto, to look at ways and means to to incorporate this as part of our natural landscape and our natural environment in terms of winter and weather. Winter is beautiful, and I think that we have to find ways to be able to tap into it in a way to keep it interesting for folks who want to obviously enjoy all things about the city, whether or not it's summer, spring, fall, and winter. I did have a chance to talk some time ago to my counterpart in Chicago, Mr. Maker, about how they actually introduced their winter program in Chicago. And in fact, as a result of that, I had moved a motion in council asking us to take a look at this. So there's a lot of work that's actually being done in this area. And I'm hopeful that through the charrette that happened yesterday, which was well attended, there'll be more ideas and recommendations coming forward, which will help us as part of a full season opportunities in terms of ensuring that we enjoy the beauty of our outdoor, the comfort of any weather that we can enjoy, having a great time, and to help the businesses and so on. So I just want to conclude by just again thanking everyone for their participation and their input. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Thompson. Others wishing to speak? Just have a look at the screen here. Oh, there's Deputy Mayor Bailao. Okay, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be very brief. I think a lot has been said as well, but I think it's important to thank staff and to thank your leadership and everybody involved in bringing CaféTO forward. I think that there's a few things that we're going to be looking back a few years from now on lessons learned and things that changed during the pandemic. And I think when we started, when pandemic hit, and I think that most of us were hoping to, be at the tops 1 year. Now we're almost 2 years into this. There's going to be behaviors that are going to change. And I think with this program, there's a few things that were very clear. First of all is that when there's a need, there's a want, we can actually move fairly quickly here at City Hall. So I think we need to learn from this lesson and apply it more frequently to be bold with certain city initiatives, because it clearly shows that it can be done. When there's a need and a want, we can get it done. So CaféTO has demonstrated that to us. I think the other thing is that people are changing how they interact. People enjoy the outdoors a lot more. And I think the CaféTO is just the tip of the iceberg. I think the way that we're going to be planning our city with public spaces, the way that we're using our parks, people have been asking, for example, for having more food, more of that in our parks. And we've been so resistant here in the city. We need to start being more open to things like that. I think people want to move in that direction. People want to be able to walk outside their doors and into their communities, be able to go to a nice patio, be able to have the public space, be able to have walkable communities. And I think CaféTO is a great success for our communities, and it was embraced because people want that. And obviously it was a huge help for our local businesses. I mean, the numbers are staggering. I mean, I actually always thought that it was a great program, but when you start looking at the numbers and what business actually got the majority of their business through CaféTO, thank you to everybody involved, because these businesses will probably be able to keep their doors open or are able to keep their doors open because they had programs such as this one. So to everybody involved, thank you. But I hope that we take some lessons of this program and apply it to other things and other spaces and initiatives, because I think we've done quite well with this. I hope that we turn it into a robust, permanent program, and that we think about open public spaces more this way, like we did with CaféTO. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bailao. Are there other members of the committee wishing to speak? Okay, I don't see anybody. I'll just say a few words only because I have a motion as well that I want to put. My motion, which I'll ask the clerk to put up, really just tries to take a couple of the ideas. Well, one is my own that I've been it's a hobby horse, I'll admit to, but the others I've heard in the deputations today. One is the notion of including as part of the examination to a transition to a permanent program, consideration of the possibility of more permanent structures and locations, because I think there are places in other cities where actually these things are installed permanently. And it has to be a suitable location, but I'd like to at least the possibility to be examined as part of this study of permanent structures and locations. So these kinds of patios on the street could be located in some places permanently. Secondly, the possibility of installations of permanent services, which is really what was raised by Mr. Grossi. And then finally, also raised by, I think, a couple of the deputies today, the notion of a longer-term approval, a longer-term license permit, because if you're going to make investments, as he, for example, said he was willing to make in his own business, that you wouldn't like to do that if you thought it was a year-by-year thing and you were possibly going to be turned down, the second or third year for a license. So I just think all of those things I would ask, if you support this motion, the staff to take a look at. You know, there were a couple of phrases that were mentioned today by a couple of colleagues. I think one was just from Councillor Deputy Mayor Bailao, a lasting legacy of the pandemic. I think Councillor Pasternak said that too. And the other one that I liked was Councillor Bradford talking about how this really does represent the best that government can be. And, you know, we get lots of examples thrown at us about the worst government can be, taking a long time to do things and having process, you know, saying no. This was an example of something that came about, you know, in response, yes, to the pandemic and to people's concerns about, and their inability, for that matter, to eat indoors. It came about as a desire to help these smaller businesses to deal with the consequences of the lockdowns that we had, and so on. But it, of course, I think ended up being much more than that. Yes, I mean, you can look at all the numbers that John Caruso helpfully went through with us, and those numbers were incredibly important. I dare say that many of the restaurants that took advantage of the program may not have survived at all if it weren't for this program, because when you listen to a number like 37% of their revenues, more than for indoor dining, was a result of their having a CaféTO patio. Obviously, that might have made the difference, and that's something we wouldn't have even wanted to begin to contemplate given the carnage that we already saw in that particular business. But I think more important, or as important as that, that's very important, obviously, in terms of the preservation of jobs and businesses, was the little passage that Councillor Pasternak made reference to, and I've talked about this often, the look and the feel of the city. And that's important. I mean, the look and the feel of our city for us, let alone for tourists, I think, especially after a time when we were told we couldn't be with people we liked and people we loved, and we couldn't go outside of our homes and all this kind of thing. I think to have this kind of city with a changed look and feel, people describe it often as being more European in its look. And I think of the times when I've been lucky enough to go to European cities and just wander around. And one of the great joys of just wandering around is that you can just sit down in what are seemingly hundreds of places where you can just sit and oftentimes get as high a quality, whether it's a cup of coffee or a glass of wine or something to eat. And we have that experience now in our own city, and it looks great. You know, in most cases. I mean, there are some, as was mentioned here, that, you know, maybe need to put a bit more effort and investment into improving the look and feel, but I think it sure looks great. I tell the story often with a smile on my face, and there is an outstanding payoff of a bet here. When I went to the Danforth, and one of the heads of the BIA there told me that by August of the first year we did this, all of the businesses would be closed. Everything would be closed. There'd be, what do you call it, you know, those dust things would be rolling down the street. And of course, I came back around maybe the 1st of August, and things were thriving. And at that time, he admitted that the bet was just that the loser would buy the winner dinner. So that dinner payoff is outstanding. But having said all that, it was such a pleasure to see that street and many others just alive with people on the days, even during this summer where the weather was a bit spotty. So I want to say thank you to the staff. I think that what we're doing is the right thing here, which is we're doing a program for 2022 that is responsive to some of the experiences we've had and to the experiences of the businesses and the BIAs. But it's going to be, you know, similar to what happened this year, but we're taking the time to make sure that when we do something like a permanent program, if you think for a minute about, say, the possibility of giving a license or an approval for 5 years, you want to make sure you have that right in terms of how it's done. So I just think this is the prudent way to do it. I know people are critical of that when it comes to how we do this, but if we were in some way talking about diminishing the program for 2022, we're not. So I think they can rest assured there's going to be a great program for next year, that there's going to be a permanent program, which I'm very determined to make sure we make happen. But we're going to do it with due care and attention to the facts and figures and to some of the places where it may not be working as well. As far as our investment is concerned, I would just say, like, when we invest $4 million, if you look at the return, and one of the unfortunate facts of life is we don't get much of that return back in terms of tax revenues. It goes to the other governments. They should be underwriting this. But it's great for these businesses. It's great for the life of the city and the look and feel of the city and for the well-being of its residents. And so in that sense, it really is a relatively modest investment compared to the payback that we get. And finally, I would just like to say thank you especially to the staff. They have been remarkable in that of all the things they've had to do, but they've been remarkable in getting this program done, and it's one that has to be sort of put up and taken down each year because of our climate. And they've just been so responsive, I think, to many of the concerns that have come up. And the BIAs were great partners, and I want to thank them as well, and all the businesses that took part, and the council for being so supportive of this. Okay, so we have now the motions, and I have them here somewhere. Here they are. The first motion is Councillor, I believe it was Councillor Ainsley's. So if we could just pop that up so people can be reminded. It's to do with the Scarborough strip plazas and so forth. There it is. So I'm ready to call the question on that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next motion was Councillor McKelvey's motion, which is about to be in front of you. There it is. I think you've all had a chance to have a look. Different things to do with considerations for the 2022 and the study, and I'll call the question on that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And my motion, finally, which is in front of you, and I'll call the question on that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And finally, the item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, thank you very much. I think we've come to our last item of the day, and it is the EX 27.14, supporting Two-Spirit, Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer communities in shelter and overnight services system, clearing of encampments. And before we do anything else, we have one deputant who's registered to speak with us, Diana Chan McNally. And that deputant is on the line and ready to go. So it's 5 minutes, and you're most welcome. And over to you. There may be some questions after that.
Thank you so much, Mayor. As a network of homelessness service providers providing on-the-ground supports for people sleeping rough, the Toronto Drop-In Network has stood against the forcible removal of encampments long before the shameful actions we saw this past summer in Trinity Bellwoods, Alexandra Park, and Lamport Stadium. We understood that removing people from their encampments enacts significant trauma and is against public health recommendations as well as international human rights law. In our services, the displacement of our participants from parks leads to disconnection. Evictions effectively disrupt the supportive relationships and services residents rely on from TDIN agencies, and they push them further away from us, both physically as well as psychologically. That is, evictions inflict substantial amounts of stress on encampment residents leading up to, during, and post-eviction, and our agencies have seen this result in declining mental health and increased substance use among those evicted. People have also gone missing. We have also seen people die, including Jerry, who overdosed at the Novotel 2 days after his eviction from Alexandra Park. For these reasons, our network, your agency partners in ensuring the health and well-being of unhoused Torontonians, have continuously advocated for a human rights compliant approach to working with encampments, the direct provision of the necessities of life to people living in parks, and an end to encampment evictions. Unfortunately, our expertise and voice as homelessness services providers has been ignored. Instead, the City of Toronto has launched a violent, militarized approach to removing encampments in violation of its obligations to human rights as per the Charter and international covenants, the right to housing as outlined in the National Housing Strategy Act, and public health recommendations for the United Nations Centre for Disease Control and Prevention, Public Health Ontario, and MAP Health. Evictions were carried out in order to uphold municipal bylaws, which in no way supersede Toronto's aforementioned legal obligations as defined by national and international law. Pertinent to this agenda item, evictions in Trinity Bellwoods, Alexandra Park, and Lamport Stadium were executed using a heavy police presence, which was grossly disproportionate to the number of people living in encampments facing eviction, just 51 individuals total. This also came at a great financial expense. The combined staffing cost of police during the 3 encampment evictions amounted to almost $400,000 in public dollars. While the city has cited that police were deployed to ensure the safety of staff, encampment occupants, and the general public, we know that the outcome was not one of safety, but of extreme violence. Speaking for myself, I was physically present at the 3 encampment evictions as a witness and as a professional with expertise on housing and homelessness. I am not a professional protester. Rather, I am an advocate for drop-in services and the people who use them, including many encampment residents. I saw violence enacted by police against advocates, but also against unhoused people, including park residents, other sector professionals, an elected politician, and a political candidate. I was indirectly pepper sprayed twice on 2 occasions and pushed by police onto the ground, which resulted in a sprained wrist. My goal was to bear witness to the supports being provided to encampment residents during each eviction and not to instigate. So why was I assaulted? I am an arm's-length city employee. Beyond the actions of police, which resulted in numerous injuries, particularly at Lamport Stadium, the presence of police in encampments is inherent violence. Full stop. When city communications state that police are present to ensure safety for encampment residents, it is failing to understand that unhoused people who are overly criminalized and account for 10% of all Toronto police interactions do not feel safe in their presence. When the city offers indoor spaces to people, all while they are being circumscribed inside fencing with dozens of police present, any choice made by an encampment resident is done under duress. This makes their choice to come indoors not a choice at all, but rather coercion, and coercion is violence. Fortunately, recent weeks have seen the City of Toronto change its approach to working with encampments in Dufferin Grove and Bellevue Park, and for that, I thank you. This is laudable, and the meaningful engagement and individualized support and provision of resources on site are aligned with what we at the Toronto Drop-In Network have outlined in our advocacy, particularly in a path forward. Encampments are not being removed. Police are not being deployed to enforce no trespass orders, and information is being provided surrounding indoor space and housing options so that encampment residents can make free and informed decisions around where they go. This must be made official municipal policy for supporting encampments and expanded to be the de facto approach for supporting all Torontonians sleeping rough. That said, we cannot turn a blind eye to the extreme and violent actions of police in encampments this summer, and especially at Lamport Stadium. For this reason, we at TDIN call on Mayor John Tory and City Council to implement the following. 1, order a public judicial inquiry into encampment evictions to investigate the actions of Toronto Police.
20
2,
seconds, ma'am.
Thank you. End the policing and eviction of encampments. And 3, adopt and implement the recommendations of the path. I sincerely thank you at the Executive Committee for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chan McNally. Are there questions of this deputy? Okay. Are there questions of staff on this matter? Okay, with your concurrence, I will move to speakers, and I will speak first, and I have a motion, which I'll put in front of you, and simply to say that I think this is best taken up by the staff, including in this case that makes specific reference to the General Manager, Shelter Support and Housing Administration, the General Manager, Parks, Forestry and Recreation, the Director of the Office of Emergency Management, and the Director of Corporate Security for their consideration regarding the impacts of enforcement of the Parks bylaw on members of the LGBTQ Two-Spirit community. That's where it came from. It came from that advisory committee, and I think we can do justice to their request by referring it there, and would commend that motion to you. Are there any others wishing to speak to this matter? Okay, well then, on that note, I would call the question on this motion to refer and ask for all those in favor. Opposed? Carried unanimously. I believe, Madam Clerk, that completes our business for today. So I want to thank the members for a very productive meeting on many, many items. And I think we did a lot of good today for a lot of people, including, well, I was going to say small business, which is actually, they need to have a day, especially after what they've been through, and they had a good day today. And now on to council with all these things. We'll look forward to seeing everybody there. Thank you very much. Meeting is adjourned.